Well, the moral of this story is if you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. What happens when you get together with a vampiric man-eater? That's the real question here. And this is a story that has spanned decades, and there'll be a lot to learn for a lot of people here. So let's jump right off into it. First of all, did I call it or did I call it? So in the weird, wacky wedding relationship that is Will Smith and Jada, by the way, that parallels a lot of your lives if you think about it for a few moments here. Now, after all these decades, you come to the coup de grace. Jada Pinkett is now closing in for the kill. After seemingly decades, but certainly years of emasculating, humiliating, denigrating her husband, Will Smith, she has now jumped up clean out of nowhere in the midst of writing her memoir, Worthy, a more erroneously titled book I haven't seen. She's now deciding this is the time to dish all the dirt. And to tell people that, by the way, me and Will, we've been separated now for 7 years, longer than some of your favorite TV shows have been on TV. We've been separated for 7 years. 7 years. So you mean to tell me that literally through all the drama we've all heard about, with the son, with the daughter, with the side dudes, with the possible side chicks, with the slap at the Oscars, you mean through all that, you all aren't even living, not only are they separated, we're not even living in the same house. We've been living, quote, separate lives for 7 years. And all of it seems incredibly strange because Will seemingly is oblivious to all of this. And I want folks to understand that there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that because Will Smith is a cautionary tale. He is a cautionary tale on so many levels. Not about dating, not about relationships, but about power dynamics. This has been a screwed up, messed up power dynamic since the very beginning, since the very start. It's been a screwed up, messed up one. What I want to do here, I want to go ahead and I'm going to play audio and not video because YouTube loves to ding my little channel. This woman, Jada Pinkett, has gone on a PR tour. Folks, she has talked to People, Today, Parade. She has gone on a tour talking to different shows, giving interviews about this. So she has come out both barrels blazing to anyone and everyone who'll listen. Well, this is from when she went on the Today Show to discuss her book Worthy. I want you to hear some of what she had to say.
About an issue that has been kept secret until now.
There are so many surprising things in the book, but the thing that surprised me the most, that I actually had to reread it because I said, is this true?
Right.
Was that in 2016, you and Will decided that you were going to live completely separate lives.
Yes.
It was not a divorce on paper,
right,
but it was a divorce. So from the year 2016, which is 7 years ago now,
yes,
y'all have been apart.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and address one issue here right off the bat. When your woman, and I use the term your advisedly, when your woman has become completely comfortable for over half a decade with other men laying between her legs, no, I'm saying it, when your woman has become that comfortable for over half a decade, dude, you done. You're done. She's had half a decade of other dudes lounging between her scrawny little thighs, bruh, that's a wrap. Basically, that's a wrap. So that's the first thing I want you to get through your heads there is that, by the way, no matter what you might think, no matter what you might feel, no matter what you might believe, by the way, half a decade of other dudes that she's comfortable feeling in between her legs that long, what you gonna do with this? What exactly are you gonna do with this? She was already street ready before now. Exactly what is it you plan to do with this? At this point, that's the only question I'm asking.
But in public, the couple, who married in 1997, denied the gossip about their marriage.
I challenge anyone to accept the idea that they actually were ever married. And I do not mean that there's not legal paperwork. I mean, I challenge anyone to tell me that you feel or you believe that Jada Pinkett actually was committed to this man. We're going to get into the nuts and the bolts of it here tonight because I want you to understand how a screwed up, messed up ass power dynamic works and how you can get locked off into it and bogged down in it.
This interview on Bravo's Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen was taped a year after Will and Jada separated.
So how long have you guys been together?
23 years.
Wow. That's amazing. How do you keep it hot?
How do I keep it hot?
August Alsina. How do I keep it hot? August Alsina, September Martin, October Johnson, November Martin. It's a number of different names that help her to keep things hot, basically, is what's going on there. So I just thought I would go ahead and help her out. She seemed to be having a brain freeze. So I'm just helping her out a little bit. It's probably been so many names now. She can't even remember them all. It's probably been so many names. She can't even keep track of them all.
I mean, I'm baffled, really.
Yeah, right.
Over the next several years, Jada and Will kept up the appearance of a committed married couple. They even faced a scandal when Jada had what she called an entanglement with a family friend. Neither let the public know they had already split.
So I guess my question is,
when Will looked like his soul was crushed on Red Table Talk, did that look to you all like they were in on it? The whole world saw his facial expression and during that debacle. Did he look like he was in on the joke? Did he look like he had given his consent? Did he look like he was really with it? She was doing all the damn talking. Did he look like he's like, oh, yeah, sure, absolutely. Was that the way he looked to all of you? Did it look like he was in on it too?
I feel like you're a straight talker.
I am.
Except when you're not. Except when you ain't.
I feel like you're a straight talker.
I am.
Except you're not sometimes.
Yeah.
So why do that? Like, what was the reason?
I think just not being ready yet. Still trying to figure out between the two of us
Yeah.
how to be in partnership.
Okay. Let me tell you what she wasn't ready for. Jada has been waiting decades to get her second shot. She's been waiting decades now to get another run, as they call it in the entertainment business. She's been waiting to get another run. She's been waiting for another run and it ain't happened. And now she realizes she's too old. When her last role in the Matrix movies was at 80 or 90 years old, that's it. You're not going to get another run. So it's starting to dawn on her that she has a name, but she ain't going to get another run. So what do you do now that you have to accept the reality that pretty much, that ain't gonna happen? So what do you do? What's she been waiting on? She's been waiting for another run so she can go ahead and dump Will. So she can go ahead and shine like she wants to, and that isn't happening. It's not coming. So that's what she's been waiting for. She's been waiting for that. She's been waiting for the outside world, someone other than Will Smith, to give her that type of validation that she is on his level, and it ain't coming. Folks want to make a Bad Boys 4, but they don't want to make a Jason's Lyric 2 or a Set It Off 2. Now, that's the problem. So she's sitting and waiting and coasting off of being his kept woman, but there ain't really another run coming. So that's what's taken so long, is she's been waiting for Hollywood to acknowledge her greatness, and they let her know, yeah, we already did. You're basically in the same boat with Kim Kardashian. You are known for the men that you're with. If you leave Will, there's no reason for us to speak about you ever again, because you ain't doing nothing.
Two of us.
Yeah.
How to be in partnership, right? And in regards to how do we present that to people?
Do you think August Alsina in your bed is an impediment or an obstacle to that partnership? Tell me what part of the partnership includes August Alsina and 8 other niggas in your bed. If someone can decipher that one for me. This is us working in partnership. So August Alsina's part of the partnership? I don't think they call it a partnership. I think they call it a co-op at that point.
No, and we hadn't figured that out.
During our walk in Baltimore, Jada reflected on their breakup.
Why did the relationship fracture?
Oh, well, why it fractured, that's a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I think by the time we got to 2016, we were just exhausted with trying. I think we were both kind of still stuck in our fantasy of what we thought the other person should be.
Oh.
Jada says she considered a legal divorce, but could never go through with it.
I made a
And she said, I think we were stuck in our fantasy of what the other person should be. I found that to be very interesting. We were stuck in our fantasy of what the other person should be. Well, we all know what Jada wanted Will to be. I wonder what it was that Will wanted Jada to be.
That's a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I think by the time we got to 2016, we were just exhausted with trying. I think we were both kind of still stuck in our fantasy of what we thought the other person should be.
Oh.
Jada says she considered a legal divorce, but could never go through with it.
I made a promise that there will never be a reason for us to get a divorce. We will work through whatever. And I just haven't been able to break that promise.
Hey, Matt Walsh. By the way, somebody go page Matt Walsh. Find you a woman. If you don't want to have to worry about divorce, find you somebody who ask them, do you believe in divorce? And see how that's working out for Will. Hey, Matt Walsh, the good news is Jada isn't filing for divorce. The bad news, August Alsina. Can you move your feet from the end of the bed, nigga?
But you still live separately.
We live separately.
I have so many questions.
So do I.
I have so many questions.
We live separately. Okay, does August live separately? That's the real question. It's not where y'all live. Does August live separately? That's the real question. All right. That right there, and let me tell you, I want you all to listen to this next part. I'm skipping ahead a little bit to the end of their little clip here on the Today Show. Because I want you to, I might bring it up on the screen so you all can see it, because this is how madcap and crazy this is about to be. This is how insane it's about to be here. I want you to listen to this next part. I'm hoping I don't get dinged too badly. I want you all to take a look at your screens so you can see and hear this next part. This is the insanity. If you don't think this is public humiliation, watch this.
Husbands and wives than anybody ever really talks about.
Yeah.
But this sounds like something.
Yeah, that's a bigger gulf.
Yeah, it's a bigger delta.
We have a lot more on this conversation. I was fascinated by her, by the way. First time I'd sat down and spoke with her for a long period of time.
Oh, I
You
want
read
to
the
see
book?
more.
I read the book
here.
from cover to cover. Yeah, we're going to do a special on NBC News. It's called Jada's Story, Friday night, 8/7 Central.
I want to hear your podcast with her so
on
we can go like
NBC.
2 hours long for
Let's
him.
go, Carson. All right.
Wait a minute. We're having an NBC special? we're hosting, not only we did our interview on today, we're also going to be hosting an NBC special, which is probably on right now, as a matter of fact. Really? So the Today Show interview wasn't enough. By the way, we need to have a special about this, not to talk to Will, but to talk to Will's slimy, smarmy, scheming wife. And by the way, one word here, Will, if you'd like to discuss that with me, you certainly are welcome to. No shade, my dude. If you'd like to discuss that with me here, by the way, I am just speaking on the record. I think if somebody says something like that right there, if you think should they stand behind it, by the way, if you'd like to discuss that with me, you are certainly welcome to. By the way. In any case, so they don't want to talk to Will, they want to talk to his wife about him. They don't want to speak to him. No, we don't want to talk to you, Will. We want to talk to your wife about you. For however long she wants to sit there and kick dirt on you and everything else. So I just wanted to throw that in there to you all. That, by the way, yeah, the Today Show interview. Folks, you would think that this was the 9/11 Commission. You would think this was the January 6th Commission. You would think that this was something of cosmic significance. That's what you would think. NBC is now competing with YouTube, is basically what's going on. They're basically competing with YouTube now. This is the level that's on. So in any case, yeah, that happened. Now we're going to go to the second part of their interview there, because there's something else I want you to hear as well. They uploaded the second part of it because it hasn't been humiliating enough.
On Oscar night 2022, Will Smith slapped Chris Rock after Chris made a crack about Jada's hair.
I could tell it bothered you. You did an eye roll.
Right. Yeah, and I did that.
Oh, now you know what? A year later, I'm very glad that Jada is finally copping to this officially. There was some debate from a number of folks, myself included, as to what happened. What did she do? Was that real? Now, I'm not saying necessarily that is what occurred. What I am saying is she's copping to it. So at this point right now, she has to be treated as if that's actually the way it happened because she's copping to it. So now, after all this time, a lot of debate, conjecture, doubts, and whatnot. Well, Jada is copping to, yeah, after he made that joke, I rolled my eyes. Okay. Now, at least now she's copping to it.
On Oscar night 2022, Will Smith slapped Chris Rock after Chris made a crack about Jada's hair.
I could tell it bothered you. You did an eye roll.
Right. Yeah, and I did that eye roll not so much for me, and I think this is really important, but the fact that there could be a jab at alopecia.
Will then went on a profane tirade warning Chris not to mention his wife's name. Jada couldn't believe what she was hearing.
What is going on? Now, first of all, I'm really shocked because, mind you, I'm not there. We haven't called each other husband and wife in a long time. But I'm like, what?
Well, do you see what I mean? We haven't called each other husband and wife in a long time. Well, interesting, because Will seems to be very emotionally invested for somebody who, it's a settled deal between the two of you that we ain't really husband and wife like that. Well, it seems that it very clearly looks like, he didn't get the memo. He didn't walk in there with that. He walked in there with a very high level of emotional investment for somebody who's sitting here today defying, hey, wait, hold up, Baloo. We're not husband and wife like that. Why, we haven't even called each other that. We've gone to the Oscars, but not as husband and wife. Well, Will, obviously, just like Red Table Talk and everything else, you hear all this stuff from Jada. You don't hear that from Will, and his behavior very clearly doesn't say that. I'm talking about power dynamics, and we're going to get into how she-devils and demonic vampires like Jada Pinkett, and she's far from the only one. Demonic ones like her, and how they get down and how they can destroy unsuspecting men.
What is going on? Now, first of all, I'm really shocked because, mind you, I'm not there. We haven't called each other husband and wife in a long time. But I'm like, what is going on right
keep
now?
my wife's name
out of your mouth, right? And I'm like, but now I'm really worried for Will because I don't know what's going on.
What viewers did not see at the time while Oscar clips were being shown was Chris Rock leaning over the stage to talk to Jada.
And Chris looks to me and he says, Jada, I meant no harm. Now, I'm just out of it because I'm really worried about
And
Will.
what's Will doing? He's just sitting there?
And Will's still talking. He's like, because now he's mad because Chris is talking to me. And I go, Chris, this is about some old shit. That's all I could think to say, right? And I couldn't really take in his apology.
How unusual for Will, a guy who, I mean, on that kind of stage to do something so insane.
Absolutely.
It's totally out of character.
It's not him whatsoever.
If it's not him, then who is it, Jada? If that's not Will, and if that's not him, and he snapped into that behavior so readily, then the only next question you can ask is, so who is it? Who is that? If it's not him. Seems like somebody a bit more assertive. I am not discussing dating nor celebrity gossip. I'm discussing power dynamics tonight. Before I want to go any further, I want to thank everyone who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat, Venmo. Thank you very much for your support. Black Voltron, I forgot who gave before that, but thank you very much. Everyone, Chucky Woo, thank you very much for your support here as well. Family Business, welcome back. We don't call it a comeback, absolutely not. Thank you very much for your support. I appreciate that here. I know I've been gone for a minute. Thank you very much, Family Business. I know I've been gone for a minute here, but like I say, I'm back on the scene. So thank you all very much for joining us here tonight. And by the way, I'm probably going to I usually only do 2 programs a week, but dealing with the other issues here and whatnot, you all don't be surprised if you see me more frequently in the next couple of weeks. Don't be surprised if I'm on here more frequently because some things have happened, some other things have gone on that I want to comment about, and of course, I will be getting to that in good due time. So thank you very much for your support. We appreciate that. I want to play the rest of this here, and then what we're going to do is get into the details here tonight because I've got things I want you to watch out for going forward. Some life lessons to learn from here.
And to Jada's surprise, she was also blamed.
You became the bad guy. Look what Jada made him do. Jada rolled her eyes, and look what he did. He ran up there and hit Chris.
Now, here's the thing. Hoda coaches this as she became the bad guy, but Jada has already been the bad guy. And that's when Hoda is later here going to go ahead and cop to, by the way, she's already been the bad guy because this goes back way before Oscars night. Way before that.
A guy who, I mean, on that kind of stage to do something so insane.
Absolutely.
Was also blamed.
You became the bad guy. Look what Jada made him do. Jada rolled her eyes, and look what he did. He ran up there and hit Chris. Poor Will. That's what the narrative became.
Yeah.
She says that's because 2 years earlier, Jada discussed what she called an entanglement on her show, Red Table Talk.
My honest opinion about that is that narrative had more to do with the false narrative that I helped to create on the Red Table.
So poor Will because of the
adulterous wife.
Yeah.
Who forced him to go to the table and sit there, you know what I mean? And now look at what she's done. She has the power with an eye roll to make him go up and slap somebody on stage.
So.
Well, very clearly she does. Very clearly she can, because, that's kind of exactly what occurred there, isn't it? Now, I want to go into one brief thing here. There's on People Magazine, I have an article on People Magazine I want to read from that because she talked about Chris Rock there. It says, was Jada, who lives with alopecia, offended by the joke at the center of the Oscars incident? Chris making a punchline about her shaved head. Quote, I mean, that's what comedians do, says Jada. I would just have to say that I am not really here to make any judgment on how people decide to express themselves and express their art. I'll say that several times I've had my feelings hurt for sure. I've had my feelings hurt a lot by Chris. But at the end of the day, too, being in the spotlight, it comes with the territory. So she takes a dig at Chris there, talking about he hurt her feelings. But then she goes further. And she says, explaining more to people, she says, Jada also reveals in her book that Chris once asked her out on a date. She says, quote, I think every summer, all the reports would come out that me and Will were getting a divorce. And this particular summer, Chris, he thought we were getting a divorce. So he called me and basically he was like, I'd love to take you out. And I was like, what do you mean? He was like, well, aren't you and Will getting a divorce? I was like, no, Chris, those are just rumors. He was appalled and he profusely apologized, and that was that. Here's the issue. Here's the issue with Jada making that statement. The problem with making that statement is that Hollywood's a small town, and if people are calling you about your marriage, that's not because of what they heard in the newspapers. That's because they know you got niggas running in and out the house. If Chris Rock called her, and there's no confirmation that he did, but even if we take her at face value that Chris Rock did contact her, that's probably because Chris already heard the deal. And he was like, hey, other niggas is running in. Is it my turn yet? Have I got the nod yet? And all that really meant is, yeah, Chris, I'm laying up with other niggas, just not you. Yes, I may not have an open marriage, but I got an open bedroom, but not for you. If you take her version of the events at face value. So yeah, it's like, yeah, Chris, my marriage is open, just not to you. Not to you yet. So let's just be very clear. If Chris Rock did contact her, it wasn't because he was bored and it wasn't on bad information. The word was out. August Alsina knew what the word was. August Alsina knew what it was. Everybody done heard niggas at the Will Smith house is getting served.
Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order?
They heard folks was getting served. They heard dudes was getting served up at the Smith house. So you can't get mad at this man because he pulled up and wanted him a plate? She got mad because he wanted a plate. He's like, hey, hold on, this little goofy nigga over here. You threw him a three-piece with a side? I want to see if there's anything else going on. Now she's upset. All that really means is Chris wasn't making a good enough offer. All right. Will, like I said, Will was mad at the wrong person. Will, you need to be mad at the person. I would say the person in your bed, but the person you want in your bed and they're not there. But folks, the bottom line here is that the reaction of a man who's not still with this woman? Is that the reaction of it? Will Smith has been the subject of so much abuse. Will Smith has been the subject of so much absolutely inexcusable abuse. I say inexcusable because the truth of the matter is it's inexcusable, but only because of Will in that capacity. Will has had every opportunity to deal with this. You're dealing with a woman here who is so narcissistic. She is so insanely narcissistic here, and she's chosen you to be the person that she takes it out on. You'll all remember I talked about this last month. talked about this. This was egregious. This book is her airing Will out. Folks, the part that was egregious about this, and I didn't get to mention it before last time, but the part that was egregious about this is the first question you got to ask is, by the way, folks here, what is Will Smith's birthday? By the way, what is Will Smith's birthday? When was Will Smith born? When was Will Smith born? Will Smith was born September 25th. And his wife doesn't even have the decency to wait until after his birthday. She doesn't even have the decency to do that. Folks, she didn't even have the decency to do that. She goes to Instagram just a few days before time. Just a few days before, she goes to Instagram and posts not one, but 2 videos in a row of her and Tupac dancing around as kids to Will Smith's music. That's the way she sees you. That is what she thinks about you. And she's been going at it and going at it and going at it and going at it. I've been reading stories and stuff like this. Will Smith put out a memoir a couple years ago here. He put out a memoir about that he's always felt bad about his wife and her ongoing infatuation with Tupac. This is just a couple of years ago when he put out his book. He's never been okay with that. He's never been all right with that. What went wrong? I'm going to tell you what went wrong here tonight. I'm going to tell you what went wrong because Will doesn't get it. But then again, I wish I could say it's just him. There are a lot of other people who don't get it. Before I do that, I do want to take a moment here to explain something. Why is it? Why is it that Jada is doing this now? Why is she doing it here and why is she doing it now? Why is she waiting until now? And by now, I mean 2016, not 2023, when she claims that she and he were separated. Well, folks, let me remind you of one thing right here. Let me remind you of something, folks. Let me remind you one time that Will and Jada live in California. They live in Calabasas, California. LA area. They live in Calabasas, folks. She's been legally married to him for decades. In California, all she had to do was put in the first 10 years and now she get 50-50 down the line. All she had to do was put in her 10 years. Now she get 50-50 down the line. That's it. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. In California, that's a wrap. He might as well go take himself to the dry cleaners and put himself on the hanger. He's done. He's done. Folks, every movie and all the income that Will Smith has made over the last 20 years, that's it. That all counts towards her. The courts don't give a damn if she been swinging from the chandeliers with every nigga from Compton to Calabasas. The court don't give a damn about that. They gonna say this simply because she was present. She should get half what you got simply because she been in the house, even if she was holding other men's hands. She should get half because she's been in the house. 2 decades. Over 2 decades, folks, in California. I was reading another article here from Entertainment News talking about why Will Smith and Jada don't have a prenup despite a 7-year separation. They don't need no damn prenup. These are stupid questions. They don't need a prenuptial agreement. The court gonna take care of that. She doesn't need a prenup. You're in California. The court's gonna take care of her. And she knows that. They ask stupid questions now. They say dumb things because they know the court's gonna make sure she's all right. So if you want to know why is it taking her so long to do this? She had to make sure she was good. So she stayed in for more than 10 years to make sure we ways past that 10-year mark. And the courts don't care what they call a separation. It's like, hey, baby, you good either which way. You're good. And Jason, why is she doing this now? Because Jada is ready to leave Will because she has been riding him. And now he's no longer a viable star, which is what she has wanted all along. She wanted her stardom, her fame, and if she can't get fame, she will take infamy. And now she's gotten that to eclipse his. NBC wants to talk to her, not him. So in her conceited, narcissistic, self-absorbed mind, she has now surpassed him. Why they want to talk to me about my life. She kept doing this and kept riding him until he self-destructed. And now that he's self-destructed, let's be very, very clear, folks. Remember what I've taught you now for over half a decade here and decades other places. Hypergamy is ignited by certainty, not uncertainty. 20 years ago, it was questionable where Will Smith's star would rise to, how high it would go. Within the last decade, as we've seen that his star is not as bright as it used to be, yeah, it looks like it's time to go ahead and punch your tickets if you're going to get off the train. So what this tells you is that Jada feels reasonably certain that Will's not going to get any bigger than he is now. Remember, Oscars don't translate to stardom. So she feels relatively certain that she's seen the best he gonna do. And that's it. That's it. Now she's like, okay, I'm ready to jump ship. So she pushed him to sabotage his own career. But you see, it's hard to monkey branch from somebody like Will Smith. That's hard. Because you see, Jada would now have to find somebody bigger than Will. That's what he would have to do. He would have to find she'd have to find somebody bigger than Will. She's 52 years old. You tell me who in Hollywood is papered up and got the status that Will Smith does and they chomping at the bit to come grab his leftovers. Who's trying to do that? Chris Rock was not trying to marry Jada. He was trying to wink, wink, date Jada. He wasn't trying to marry her, and neither is August Alsina, and neither is anybody else. So if you leave Will, you understand there's not gonna be another microphone or camera that will darken your doorstep. You're done. Your star power comes because you are attached to Will, even if you have a love-hate relationship with being attached to him. That's your star power right there. You don't have it. You don't have it. That's why Jada is ready to go, because she pushed him to destroy himself. And now that he has, after she pushed him to do it, now that he has, she says, well, now there's no more benefit to being with you. There's no more benefit. Let's explain something else right here, folks. They may live separately, but Will Smith has had sexual access to Jada in the last 7 years. He's had sexual access to her. The problem is that she's kept him strung along all this time. Will Smith is caught in the hopeless vortex of nostalgia. He was with her at the height of her looks and the height of her ability as she was precipitously going downhill. And that's the woman he's always going to remember. He's always going to remember her as that woman. So when he looks at her, as I've told you all, he sees the dichotomous, look it up. He sees the dual vision of what she was and what she is. He remembers that 27-year-old, 28-year-old female that he met. And he sees that memory alongside the woman he's with now. That's why he can't let go. Because he is still pursuing that hot little 28-year-old, even though she's far from 28 years old. You all talk about Jada from that time period. He was with her. So you see, that's the reason why Will is hanging in there. And as long as she throws some draws at him every once in a while, it gives him the false hope that eventually he can get back where she was at 28. Although, truth be told, he has to admit to himself that it was never that good. The only reason you're there is because Tupac was no longer a viable option. And if you are not going to leave, she is not going to decouple all the attention she gets from you. So she's going to keep doing that. There are some lessons to be learned here tonight. There are lessons I want some of the folks here listening to me. There are lessons I want you to learn because it'll be painful for some folks. It'll be painful for some. But for most of the guys here, I want the men to understand when you are with a she-devil, when you are with a narcissistic vampire, multiple personality disorder, emotional imbalance, or just plain old vanity and narcissism. A lot of men do that, and when the woman is put in a pretty enough package, women understand this, that if a woman presents a pretty enough package, men literally will ignore and overlook everything else. Here my credit card is, here the Rolls Royce. Men's brains turn off. If the female is sexy enough, their brains turn off. And this is a reality that women understand. If she's sexy enough and cute enough, the man's brains just shut off. He stops thinking. He gives no more critical thought to it. So even when the reality is so obviously sitting in front of him, he will ignore every piece of that because there's something he wants. And as long as she can be what it is that he wants, he's ignoring everything else. So all I want to do tonight is explain to you how this works. Just because a woman is willing to have sex with you doesn't mean she loves you. To the fellas out there, you're used to hearing that. Subscribe to the men. But I want y'all to know there's a lot of survival sex going on out here. And by the way, I'm going to be doing a program about survival sex. Ladies, I got to read your mail. I'm going to be doing a program about survival sex here soon. But fellas, a woman will stick with you if she's using you. But if she's using you, she's going to demand distance. And as long as you are willing to tolerate a relationship where she's connected to you but put distance between the two of you, well, man, don't you know she can stick with you for months, maybe even years. But fellas, just because a woman is willing to have sex with you occasionally, that does not mean that she loves you. And just because she's willing to throw them legs open, don't y'all understand? Females will throw their legs open for a Jolly Rancher and a Big Mac. Is she hungry enough? Happens every day. Yes, yo chick. Yes, the one you with. But I want to go over tonight. Before we get too far along, I want to go over with you here exactly how this works and exactly how such a thing could occur. And a lot of you are going to get hurt tonight because you're going to hear things that specifically parallel with your lives. But somebody needs to be brutally honest with you about where you went wrong and explain to you that it's not just Will Smith, it's bigger than Will Smith. These are the things you need to look for when you're dealing with a female, with a she-devil, with a vampire, somebody who's got the propensity and the ability to destroy the men that they are around. Number one, she is conceited and selfish. Selfish to the point that she lacks empathy. We live in a day and age of social media where men have become emotionally and intellectually lazy. You see females taking selfies of themselves all the time. You tell yourself that simple female vanity. Man, you better watch it. You better recognize the damn warning sign when you see one. You have been desensitized that when you see women engaging in blatant narcissism, that you overlook it and ignore it. And that's the kiss of death. You have a woman who is conceited and selfish. The world revolves around her. Everything she talks about is how it benefits her, to the point that you're sitting there in emotional or even physical pain, and she's sitting there worrying about herself and not thinking about you. Let me explain something to you all. Do you know the reason why you love your grandmothers? Most of you, not all of you. The reason why you love your grandmother is because she was a selfless woman. The reason that you would willfully, diligently, eagerly lay down your life for that woman without a second thought is because you are 100% certain beyond all doubt that that woman would do the same thing for you without thinking about it. She'd do it without hesitation. There wouldn't even be a pause in her behavior. You feel it in your DNA. You know it in your DNA. That she would do anything for you. Therefore, it engenders that from you. She is the epitome of the feminine, because the feminine is supposed to be selfless. That is what gives the feminine its power, its soft power. Is that you see the example of this thing that isn't aggressive in that manner, and that is what sparks that curiosity. How is it you can stand here and you're not expressing the same aggressiveness that these masculine beings do? The feminine is the power of the selfless. That is why we put the children in the hands of the feminine. That it is the feminine that protects the children, and it is the masculine that protects all. So that when the woman grabs the children, when the bear or the tiger comes out from the woods and the woman grabs the children and runs, she is not grabbing the children and running to save herself. She is grabbing the children and running because the children cannot run for themselves. And she is the only thing that stands between the children and this beast. And it is the man who is the only thing that stands between the beast and the women and the children. But a woman who is selfish is worth less. And when you see the signs that a woman is selfish, that she is self-concerned, that she doesn't have a constant, consistent record of seeing about you, then she is an unfeminine being. She is not masculine, but she's unfeminine. Now, some fellas who have been raised in coddled environments, they find that attractive. Well, why is that? Usually they were raised by selfish single moms. Got to read the mail, ladies. If a young man has been raised by a selfish single mom or a selfish female, then he can identify with a selfish female. He's used to that. He doesn't find it offensive. He's grown up under it. Then there are the males who didn't grow up under that, but they find that interesting and sexy that she's this streetwise little person. It's like, oh, she's different, but she's not like me. She's not like me. So little fella, little square dudes, you'll meet it tends to be square little fellas, naive little fellas, but a selfish, conceited female, she done got knocked around. She got punched around. She's been through some things. So a little square dude ain't ready for a chick who's that sharp, that savvy, that streetwise, and he finds that attractive, that she's so knowledgeable and seasoned. And he's not taking into account that knowledgeability and seasoning comes from a wealth of bad experiences. And now she's looking for someone else to feed on. Some of y'all in the chat room will recognize, nah, be damn, you been through that. You seen this female, and you recognize that you overlooked it. But first and foremost, you're looking to see, is she conceited and selfish? Let's go a little bit deeper into that. She sees herself competing against you for status. Now, here's where you start hearing terms like gold digger and things like that, but fellas need to understand what they're actually encountering. When you've got a female who is conceited, narcissistic, selfish, she's constant. She doesn't want to be with a winner. She wants to be a winner. And because she wants to be a winner and doesn't want to be with a winner, she's not satisfied to simply be with a winner. She wants to be a winner herself. Therefore, if she sees that you are winning to such a level that everyone is acknowledging you and they're not acknowledging her, she doesn't see it as, damn, I'm good. I've got my horse. I'm shackled to a winner. She sees it as, I'll be damned. I have to outdo you. Everyone's talking about you. They don't see how great I am. You're shining so brightly that I'm not happy to simply be the partner of a champion. You're beyond just a winner. You're a champion. I'm not happy with that. They're not giving me enough attention. They're not looking at me. They're not paying attention to me. What about me? It's about me. You're dulling my star. Me. To the point that when she doesn't have anything else to bargain with, she's going in front of the world, spilling your family business in front of other people. Don't you recognize that she's been sitting around you for so long that she's now starting to develop utter seething contempt? She's not happy you're winning anymore. She's angry and resentful because she could never do it. So everything that you say to her is an insult. If you tell her she's pretty, it's an insult. You want to be with somebody else, don't you? You're just saying that because I ain't got nothing else. You're just placating me. If you don't say anything at all, you're ignoring me. If you say she could look better, you're insulting me. You're downing me. Because now it's about crushing you and belittling you. It's a war against you. Because she sees somebody who succeeded, and rather than her say that we're part of a team, it is, yeah, but I need to have a championship trophy because I know that I'm the better one between the two of us. But you won't let me shine. So you're laying next to a woman who sees herself as in competition against you. But if you ain't making no mistakes and you're not slipping up, well, she's never going to be able to outshine you because you're not doing well. So she's going to have to throw some obstacles in your way. She's going to have to throw the dirt out there. She's going to have to start revealing things about you. Since you're not slipping up on your own, she's going to have to throw some dirt and some obstacles and trip you up herself. And you're laying next to her. Folks, do you remember we wasn't seeing nothing like this in the first 10 years? Do you remember the first decade of their relationship? You wasn't seeing none of this. She wasn't acting like this in the first 10 years. Once she got past that first 10-year mark, that's when you started seeing it drip, 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 and then it becomes a steady stream. She's been gearing up for this the whole damn time because you were never what she wanted. But she couldn't get it on her own. And I'm going to get into that tonight because some of you are ensnared and you are trapped in the quagmire of this. And I'm going to get into this tonight because I'm just telling y'all right now, I'm going to break up some relationships. I'm probably going to break up some marriages with the last thing I'm going to show you tonight. The last thing I'm going to show you tonight, let me tell y'all right now, is going to be the end of some relationships. I warn you in advance. You might want to just go ahead and cut this off before we get along here. You've been forewarned. Next up, she is consulting girlfriends and gurus instead of you. If you are the man in the relationship and your woman is sitting up here talking about other people and talking about what she's learned from other people, understand that is feminine contempt. TD Jakes said, women, don't go home telling your husbands about what TD Jakes said to you. Your man is the head of the household. I told you all that, ladies. Don't go home talking about what Jason Black said XYZ. I am not the man of your house. I'm not the man of your house. If this is the man you've chosen to be the man of your house, you need to submit to him. If you are not satisfied with the quality and caliber of the man in your house, be a decent, honorable woman, and you do what you got to do about that situation. But do not sit next to this man and call him the man of your house, and then you are showing him disrespect. Because understand something, you come to me, I'm going to remember that. Oh, wasn't that what you did with the last nigga? Wasn't that what you did with the last nigga? Somebody in the chat room says she has a vision board. He's laughing in the chat room, but he's damn right about it. You got a chick with a damn vision board. Fellas, you better watch out for that kind of stuff. Y'all have let Oprah Winfrey make you believe that's normal. That ain't normal. That's only happened since Oprah. Yo, woman sitting up here getting spaced out and wide-eyed and goo-goo-eyed and whatnot. Now, in the internet age, there's this video. Y'all saw the video where Jada turns on on Instagram and she's recording Will and asking him, peppering him with a bunch of damn questions. And he's like, hey, social media is my bread and butter. I don't appreciate that. Don't just walk up recording me like that. Y'all remember that video from a couple of years ago where he said that? Hey, don't just run up on me recording like that. And then she's going to keep recording. But then you remember in the middle of it, she says, aren't you so glad that I'm going to be doing a Red Table Talk with Esther Pearl. Aren't you so glad that we talked to Esther and she's helped us with our issues? That's what she says in the middle of it. Folks, understand something here. If you got a female who is consulting gurus and swamis and talking to all these weird spaced out people and then coming up to you talking about their knowledge and their wisdom, the man of your house is the authority on peace in your house. He doesn't need somebody else. There's not a single man listening to me right now who is looking for help or assistance from another person on how to have peace in his house. If you are with that man and you like what you saw, but that got you with him, the man you are talking to is the authority on peace in your home. He doesn't need Oprah Winfrey or any damn body else to tell him what it is. So if your woman is not consulting you, she's consulting girlfriends, gurus, swamis, spiritual advisors, necklaces, beads, burning sage, shout out Giselle Bundchen. She's doing everything but coming to you. You better recognize that's not something small and minor and trivial. Dude, this is huge. This is huge. And you have been dulled down and dumbed down and conditioned to think this is small and minor. No, it's not. There's a bunch of fellas in here right now. You done lived through this and been through this. I'm telling you, it is what it is. You done been through this and lived this. Some of you are living it right now. And you've been ignoring it and can't figure out why things aren't getting any better. This is why it's not getting any better. These are major problems and you've been ignoring it and saying, well, is it really that big? Yes, it's really that big. The guru that your woman is supposed to be consulting is you. And there's a specific reason for this. Because many of you are in huge amounts of trouble and don't recognize what the warning signs look like. Which dovetails to my next point. Boy, I'm telling you right now, they're going to hate it. They gonna hate it. Fellas, when your woman is giving constant callbacks or open comparisons to past lovers. When your woman is giving constant callbacks and constant comparisons. Now, here's what I want you all to understand. To the fellas out here, here's what you need to get. A lot of you think that the statement that I just made, a lot of you are interpreting that as, well, okay, Jason, I get it. If it's like Jada and she's constantly putting up pictures of old boyfriends. Well, okay, Jason, yeah, I get it. Watch out for that. No. Oh, well, Jason, if she's constantly talking about her exes. No, my man. See, those are blatant ones. But there are others that you fellas don't think about. And now that you've had an opportunity here to see this, now that you've had an opportunity to witness this for yourselves, I want you to think about this for a few moments now. To the guys listening to me right now, tell me, is this you? Fellas, have you gone through your woman's closet? I have been telling you about this now for over a decade. I've been drilling this through your heads since I started the business. Let's be very, very clear. It's real easy for you to spot this. When we talk about Jada, and have you considered this under your own roof, fellas? Fellas, have you been through your woman's closet? And just like little simp dudes like the style of these hardcore street chicks, have you gone through your woman's closet to ask some questions? Hey, that's a nice skirt you got there. Who bought that? And then shut your damn mouth and listen to what she says next. There are two warning clues that you're looking for. You're looking for her to either say another man bought it, or you're looking for her to give you a time frame that she was with somebody else. Fellas, if your woman got jewelry and you with a chick that you ain't never seen her buy no jewelry, but she got some, you know who bought it. Don't ask her who bought it, ask her when she got that. And if when she got it coincides with when she was with another man, oh, that's his damn jewelry. Oh, that nigga bought you that. Fellas, if you ask her who bought it, just remember for certain things, if you ask who bought it, she's inclined to deceive you. Ladies, I gotta read your mail. Y'all lie like it ain't nothing. You'll lie like a rug without even thinking. Fellas, I'm telling you the strategy that will work. This is platinum plated from Jason Black himself. Rubber stamped. Ask her when she got it. And if that time frame coincides with her time with another man, you already know when she got it. In the chat room, Tam corrected. She says it was a gift. You know who the hell that was from. Oh, that's that nigga's ring. That's that nigga's earrings. That's his necklace. Okay, fellas, if you think it's harmless, let me ask you one question. If y'all take a look at the earrings that Jada got on her ears, do you still think it's harmless in light of Tupac? If she told you I've had these earrings now for 27 years, that's an odd number, 27. You had those earrings for 27 years, and carry the one. Whoa, who was she with 27 years ago? Hold on a minute. Who were you with 27 years ago? Because you don't buy jewelry like that. So who got that for you? Because I know you didn't buy it. You've been with me for 20 years. You've been with me for 5 years. Fellas, if your chick buys herself jewelry, you've been with her 5 years, you're going to see that she took a trip to the damn jewelry store. If your chick don't never buy jewelry, if the only jewelry she's got is the jewelry you bought, that means the only jewelry she gets is the jewelry that men buy her. My numbers dropped when I talked about this. I'm hurting some folks' damn feelings tonight. Maybe they went back to go sit up here and get into somebody's face. I don't know. Maybe it is. Fellas, it's just time for some hard facts. I can't sugarcoat it for you. It's time for some hard damn facts. If I run some people off, so be it. If I run some people off, so be it. I gotta tell the truth. Fellas, If this woman is wearing jewelry and you didn't buy it, ask her how long she's had it, and then shut your damn mouth and wait for the answer. And don't be surprised if that answer sounds incredibly suspicious. If it sounds incredibly suspicious. Fellas, have you taken a trip through your woman's closet and asked about what her favorite outfit is? And then ask yourself, is that outfit the style of outfit that you would buy? Is that the kind of outfit that you would buy? Or is that the kind of outfit that she would wear with somebody else? What I'm saying is the clothing that she wears in keeping with you? Is the clothing that she wears in keeping with you and your sensibilities? Or is this a style that she had with somebody else? What I'm saying is, fella, she's still his woman. Fellas, if she's still wearing that dude's jewelry, that dude's dresses, that dude's boots, that dude's heels, that dude's earrings, that dude's vocabulary, that dude's television programming, if she is still doing all of that, then she is still that dude's woman. You like opera and she likes gangster rap. Dude, that's his woman. You just the nigga paying the bills. That's his woman. Oh, in the chat room, I heard some dudes' feelings when I say that. Have you listened to the language your woman uses? See, this is how you know that Ciara is not Russell Wilson's woman. We hear the way Russell Wilson talks. Ciara don't talk like him. She talks the same way she did with Future. The only thing she has Russell for is a paycheck and to get some endorsement deals. She doesn't talk like him. She doesn't dress like him. She still talks and dresses like Future's woman. Listen to the words your woman uses, fellas. Listen to her vocabulary. Listen to the phrases. If you listen, your woman is using phrases. Is she using your phraseology? Is she picking up phrases and pet phrases that she picked up from you? Or is she still using phrases that she had when you met her? Whoa, hold on a second. Where'd you get that from? I know you were talking like that before. You ain't picking up nothing off of me. You're not picking up anything off of me. Fellas, open your eyes and start to recognize the very clear signs that you're not making an imprint on this woman. Somebody did. It wasn't you. So, fellas, when we talk about callbacks, when I talk about is your woman giving callbacks, ask your woman what her favorite television show is. She sits up here and says something like, oh, when did you start watching that? Shut your mouth and listen to the date that she gives you. You can go look this stuff on IMDb when that show was on the air. You go check and see. Was she with another dude? Hey, did he like that show? Did he like that television show? Let me find it out. Your chick likes watching boxing. It's like, I'll be damned. A female who likes that, who put you on to that? Your chick likes to watch football. A chick who doesn't just know football. She know all the damn stats and all the players. Oh no, you couldn't have done that unless you was with a man. And if she tries to tell you that it was her father who did that, then you ask her a question. Ask her a question that goes back 10 years. She'll remember that. Ask her favorite football game or her favorite football play from 10 years ago. If she's 30, 35 years old, she should be able to tell you about her favorite Super Bowl game from 10 years ago. Every man got one. Every football fan has one. So if she's telling you that she's a longtime football fan, that wasn't something that some dude just recently got her into. Oh, good. Tell me your favorite game from 10 years ago. Watch her go stupid. Because if she was sitting around watching with her father, she can give you games that go back to her childhood, just like every man in here can tell you football games going back to his childhood. That's if she's actually been watching that long. I got some fellas in here tonight. They looking at they chicks sideways right now. saying, damn, Jason, I never thought of it that way before. No, you just been scared to ask those kind of questions. You just been taking her word for it because you're like, well, as long as I'm getting what I want. Now I'm telling you, by the way, are you sure you're getting what you want? You might not be. Are you actually sure you're getting what you want? Fellas, you need to walk through your woman's closet. I've told some of you, don't let no chick move no damn furniture in your house. Fellas, don't let a female bring a mattress into your home. There's some fellas in here, you thinking you saving money on mattresses. Nigga, you better go down to Mattress Etc. and go plunk down that $1,500, $2,000 and get you something new. Fellas, let's just get down and dirty with it. If a female is bringing a mattress into your home, that's a mattress she done laid another nigga on. Period. If she's brought a mattress into your home, she done laid another dude on it. I'm trying to help y'all out right now. The foot of the bed, the head of the bed. Fellas, if a female brings a mattress into your home, another dude done been on it. Not most females. Every single chick in here listening live or recorded in the chat room. Ladies, I got to read your mail. I got to let the fellas know. Y'all don't give a damn. These women don't give a damn. If she brings a mattress into your home, another dude been laid on it. Fellas, if your chick talk about she got a favorite jacket, if that jacket ain't from 20 years ago, what the hell we doing? And even if it is, you better ask some questions. Who bought that? How long have you had that? Dudes, y'all see your woman go shopping and you see she doesn't buy stuff like this. But she loves it. She got that from somebody else. So you need to watch out for callbacks. Her favorite novels, her favorite TV shows, her favorite plays, her favorite movies, her favorite clothes. These are all callbacks, or in some cases, open comparisons. When a chick tell you about opening her damn car door, oh, ladies, I got to spell it out. If a chick sit up here and is giving you fits about opening the damn car door and talking about her other boyfriends did, nigga, I suggest you leave her and tell her, look here, tell them other niggas we'll go get you an Uber. You gonna need some Uber money tonight. Because what I'm telling you is that little dirty trick right there, that's a direct comparison. See, she wouldn't think it's okay for you to tell her, well, you know, my other females like threesomes. But yes, she's going to tell you about what another dude did. Those are open comparisons. Those are open comparisons. So fellas need to watch out for when they with a chick who's giving constant callbacks. Yeah, she might not mention her ex-boyfriend, but you all need to know that she was formed before she got with you. You need to start looking to see, is she still connected to those things, or did she make a clean break? Is she still connected, or has she made a clean break from where she was? Because now she needs to be fit and conditioned to be your woman. But she can't do that if she's still holding on to him. So if she's just looking for you to take up where he left off at, recognize the signs. The shoes she's wearing, the dresses she's wearing, the clothes. Dudes need to watch that. They need to watch that, because if she didn't like it, if she loved it, if it has made a fundamental, indelible, look it up, if it has made an unremovable, shouldn't say that, but if it has just made this impossible to erase impression on her, just understand, if it's been etched into her, you're going to be in trouble, because she's not telling you that there's actually two men in the house. You and the man she wishes you were. There are two men in the home, you and the man that she wishes you would be. And she ain't gonna let that go. See, she's got that stuff in her closet because she waiting on you to take up that hint that you gonna pick up where he left off at. That's what would be nonverbal communication. She's giving callbacks. So you see, she's saying, by the way, if you would just do a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. See, that's the cycle that Will got caught up in. If you would just do a little bit more, if you just be a little bit harder, a little bit more of an edge. So she's just nudging you and nudging you and nudging you, and it can never work. You can never give her enough, because even if you do turn to the dark side, now she just sees you as an imposter. Now she just sees you as an imposter. That's all. She just sees you as an imposter now. So even if Will were to take on those airs and become the second coming of Tupac, she'd hate him even more because now you're just an imposter. You can't win. You can't win. That's why you can't go into this game. You can't win. Fellas, I'm talking about how the she-devils here operate. Nobody comes in the front door telling you they're a she-devil. Nobody does that. That's not what it does. It's not what happens. It's not the way it happens. Now I want to go a little bit further here into my next one. We're hurting feelings tonight. I'm going to continue hurting them all. Fellas, yeah, good old Will is in the middle of that. Good old Will is in the middle of that. Will don't know what to do here. Fellas, when you have a woman who is showing outright contempt, when you have a woman who is showing gestures of public humiliation, let me tell you something right there that I don't deal with is loud talking. I don't like loud talking. I don't like bringing attention to myself, but you have some females that you got to understand, if they can't whoop your ass with their hands. Some of them might try, but they can't whoop your ass with their hands. So they'll be like, okay, I'm going to try some public humiliation. If there's something that you don't like. If there's something that you don't like. Watch out when you see little things where you made it clear that's something that you don't like. When you see things like that occurring, when you notice things like that, just understand that's not accidental. When a woman starts crossing boundaries, when they start crossing boundaries, that's the kind of thing I want you to keep track of. Fellas, that's not accidental. Some of y'all are used to that. You had argumentative ass, hood rat ass mamas. You're used to chicks screaming on dudes. You're used to chicks being disrespectful. And you're just chalking up to, well, they black females or they're Latinas or whatever. Dudes, y'all need to recognize, no, that's public humiliation. And she is supposed to be afraid to do such a thing. And by afraid, I mean that she is supposed to be afraid of displeasing you the way that she would be afraid of embarrassing her father. So when you're dealing with a female who is this out of line and this broken, you're supposed to recognize what you're looking at. That's not a minor thing. That's not a momentary thing. And that's not something for you to overlook or ignore. She's doing that on purpose because she doesn't have the ability to whoop your ass with her hands. So she's going to see if she can punish you otherwise. She doesn't have the ability to whoop your ass. So she's going to see if she can do it some other way. Let me see if I can do this some other way. You have to understand, in the mind of the narcissistic, conceited female, if you're a man, especially that if she started to see herself as above you, and they always get there, it's going to be necessary that she humble you. You're going to have to be belittled. We got to humble you. We got to bring you down a peg. We got to put you in your place. We have to treat you like a child. Even though you all the way a man, she doesn't have any other weapons. Well, let me see if I can knuckle him under through other means. Let me see if I can do that. Next thing I want to show here, though, this is the last one. This is the final one. But man, there's a lot of fellas out here, a lot of people here. If you want to know how Will Smith got where he is, why so many of you got where you are, why so many of you are with she-devils today, and you've made the ultimate mistakes, you've gotten her pregnant or gotten a ring, you might want to brace yourselves. You might want to brace yourselves for this last one, because this is so many of you. As a matter of fact, I dare to say that this is most of you, if not all of you. You've fallen for this one. Some of you have gotten married to this one. This is the last one, but I'm just letting you know right now, you might want to have a few talks with your woman and then have a talk with yourself. Fellas, how many of you have heard your woman tell you, or more importantly, tell other people, he liked me, but I didn't really like him when I first met him? How many of you fellas heard that one? Come on now. How many fellas are sitting in here in this chat room with me tonight? Listening live, many of you listening recorded. How many of you been listening? How many of you are with a woman right now and you've dismissed this for months, years, some of you decades? You heard what she said. Well, he liked me, but I didn't really like him when I first met him. And you've overlooked that ever since. Because then she followed it up with a typical female deception statement. I didn't like him when I first met him, but he grew on me. People, the only thing that grows on a living organism is fungus. You better listen to your damn woman when she tells you something like this. I didn't really like you when I first met you. Wait, what she's telling you is I was not attracted to you. I didn't like you. Well, yeah, you liked me. See, that's the narcissistic mind is, well, he was digging me. From the moment he met me, he was digging me. And that's how hot I is. He was digging me. The moment he met me, he was on me. Yeah, but I didn't really like him. I didn't really like him. There's a whole bunch of fellas listening to me right now. You've been hearing your woman say this to you. You've been hearing her put this on social media. You've been hearing her say this to your family and friends. You've been hearing her say this at the church. You've been hearing her say this at family reunions. You've been hearing her say this to her girlfriends. You've been hearing her say it to you. I didn't really like you when I first met you. Oh, but you grew on me. No, nigga, she just ran out of options. You didn't grow on her. All of her other options withered and died. It wasn't that you became so great. Her other options became so few. And as we all know, that's what Jada said about Will, that he was the one pursuing her, that she didn't really dig him. She thought he was corny. She thought he was awkward. So what did she say? He liked me. Of course, I'm the goddess. Y'all better watch out when you're dealing with narcissistic females giving you the goddess talk. Well, yes, of course he liked me because I'm the so fine. He liked me, but I didn't really like him when I first met him. What she's telling the world is that she was so great and you had no choice but to chase her ass around. She didn't dig you. She wasn't interested in you. And that means something. Fellas, this is a damning statement that will follow you with her for the remainder of your relationship. What it means is your relationship is a lie. It doesn't mean to her what you think it means to you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And the biggest lie that a woman will tell you about being attracted to you is that you can grow on her. No, you can't. Either she likes what she sees, she likes what she hears, either she's feeling the vibe or she isn't. There is no substitute. You see, the red pill dudes talk about you can't fake genuine attraction. You can't negotiate attraction. You can't negotiate genuine desire. You can't negotiate desire. What I would tell you fellas is that there is no substitute for genuine passion. That's biological. So when a woman is able to fit together and match her physical, financial, social needs, and she's also got biological confirmation from this male, then as far as she's concerned, all the pieces are in place where they should be. I am not just seeing on paper. I'm not just going through check boxes. Fellas, the biggest damn lie you can believe is that as long as you check all the quote unquote, check all the boxes of the woman needs, that should be all there is. There's a bunch of women today, they're repeating Kevin Samuel's talking points and they are pulling the damn wool over y'all's eyes every day. You all let Kevin and other folks sit up here and tell you the lies that you want to hear. I shouldn't tell you the things you want to hear that get you to drop your defenses. And guess what? There's a whole bunch of hoes out here today. Did he say hoes? I damn sure did.
And deal with it, nigga.
There's a bunch of hoes out here who are using those talking points. You're dropping your damn guard and saying, ooh, she on point. And meanwhile, she is clobbering your ass upside the head. You've been hoodwinked. Fellas, women are looking for the passion component. And when your woman tells you, yeah, you liked me from the moment you set eyes on me, but I didn't feel the same way. What she's telling you is, I don't have passion for you. Some of you guys are dumb enough to believe that, well, if I just grow on her, she'll develop passion for me. No, she won't. Passion is a biological response. It's not something you can create or engender. You can't plant seeds. It's something that is triggered from watching you. Folks got to just get that through their damn heads. That's the reason why a man needs to make sure he's set in a certain way. Fellas, there's a reason why your woman gonna talk about Idris Elba. The physical confirmation is there. Now, she doesn't know the man from a can of paint, so she can't speak for his character or personality, just what he presents in Hollywood. But the physical confirmation is there. This is why, fellas, you can't come through the door looking like Earthquake. But by the same token, hey, look, fellas, some of y'all are vertically challenged. I ain't downing you for it, but just understand something. You need to check your woman's damn social media. You need to talk to her family and friends. You need to take a look at her exes. If she ain't never dated a little Kevin Hart built dude before, you better watch that. If she's never dated a cross-eyed dude before, you better watch that. If she ain't never dated a dude before who didn't sag his pants, you better watch that. If that's what she has passion for, if your woman is telling you about her favorite television shows and you sitting here talking about, I ain't worried about that. This woman sitting up here telling you she likes The Walking Dead and you like damn a zombie. Dude, I'm just trying to warn you. You might dismiss that, she ain't. Especially if she tells you that she used to watch it with old boy. Dude, you better keep that in mind. It's not going away. When she's giving you these clues about what she's passionate about, and then she tells you, by the way, it wasn't you. Every single woman in this damn chat room, you notice that they done got quiet, fellas. Take a look in here. They going LOL, but did you notice the women are giving smiley faces and laughing faces, but you notice all the females done got quiet in here. You damn right I'm yelling it because nobody else is telling it. What? Fellas, I'm not bull jiving right now. Take a look in this chat room. Do you see how all the women done got quiet except LOL and smiley faces? I ain't bull jiving. These females are letting you dudes know. Yeah, Jason talking, LOL, LOL. You sitting next to your chick right now, LOL. You notice they ain't arguing with me. They're not arguing with me. A lot of you fellas in here today with your square ass sitting up here ignoring that, thinking to your damn self that if you buy her another pair of Nikes, you're tipping the scales in your favor. Dude, when she said, I didn't like you when I first met you, I wasn't really attracted to you when I first met you, nigga, she meant that. She meant that. She ain't kidding. Did you notice that's why you had to be papered up? Did you notice that that's why you had to be ready to go from day one? Did you notice that that's why you had to be ready to take care of her and all them little bastards she brought in the house with her? Did you notice you had to be ready for that from day one? You didn't get no break-in period. Dude, because she ain't feeling you. You're not what she really wants. She got to talk herself into this. This is how a woman gets herself drunk without alcohol. She's like, hey, nigga, you got to have all this other stuff to level that out. And then some of you dumbasses trying to negotiate that. That's how Will got caught up. Will told himself, well, if I just get more famous than Pac, if I get more money than Pac, if I get more respected than Pac, if I can show Jada, well, she's an actress, Pac never lived that long to get that. If I can show Jada that I'm more respected among the people that she wants respect from, that'll balance it out. And it ain't working. Because at the end of the day, dude, she's not attracted to you. Yes, you have a lot of quote unquote good qualities. But at the end of the day, you ain't got the edge she's looking for. You are soft power, dealing with a woman who respects only hard power. You are accomplished, but you're not aggressive. And she's a woman who wants to pride herself on spirituality. As far as she's concerned, your spirit and her spirit are not equally aligned. Somebody in the chat room said, how can Will compete with a deceased Tupac? Answer, you can't. Tupac isn't ideal. What Will Smith should have done was stick to his damn guns. Recognize her for what she is and tell her, baby, you for the streets till you let that nigga go. That's what Will should have done. Instead, he figured, well, let me marry her first and then I'll get her to submit later. No, he should have left her ass on the street corner he found her on and told her, look here, baby, you got to earn the right to be with the Fresh Prince. If you gonna be the Fresh Princess, you gotta earn the right to be with the Fresh Prince. I ain't competing with no damn dead nigga that couldn't hold my damn socks. You gonna have to earn me. Now, if he had said that, she would have had some act right. I still wouldn't have married her. She's still too damn screwed up. But at least she would have respected the man. Fellas, every female ain't wife material. As a matter of fact, most females today are not wife material. Jada Pinkett is not wife material. Unless some nigga who ain't got nothing wants to marry her. But for a fella with something to lose, get it out your head. Well, she's cute. Okay, cute does not make you wife material. She is not wife material. She is side chick material. And by that, I mean tiptoe through on the third of the month side chick material. You don't make a commitment to somebody who's a damn conceited feminist narcissist. You don't make a commitment to that. Because this is the only way it could turn out. This is the only way it could go. And there's the next step, the next mistake that Will made. Will did not pay attention to the woman who raised Jada. He didn't pay any damn attention to that woman. That's why a nigga would be crazy to marry Lori Harvey. Don't you see her mama? You don't see her damn mother? You see who raised her. That girl watched her mama jump from one dope dealer to the dope dealer's cousin. Her mama get in where she fit in. That's the feminine example she's gonna follow. It's set up, it's sabotaged from day one. You can't win because there's nothing to win. That's my point. Chris Rock had it right. Let me find out if she's ready for the layup, but I ain't trying to commit to her. Chris Rock had it right. Will Smith had it wrong because Will Smith has never been respected on alpha dominant terms. And he had a chance to be with a chick who had been with Tupac, and he was pining for it ever since because Tupac got the kind of shine and respect in the rap world that Will Smith only wishes he could have. And rather than Will say, you know what, I'm good like I am, she seized on Will Smith's insecurities about Will Smith. And rather than him be happy and content with who he was and be all right with where he was and what he was doing, he instead started chasing her and then started trying to bargain. And what he's found out is 2.5 decades later, he is no closer to being the dominant masculine force in Jada Pinkett's life today than he was a quarter of a century ago. The only difference now is he's given his genetic legacy and half of his damn fortune to Tupac's woman. That's all he did. After a quarter of a century, he's given his children and protection and provision to Tupac's woman. He's taken care of Tupac's woman since that man died. And she is made every conceivable effort to show him, by the way, I'm still Tupac's woman to this day. You will never measure up to him. Never. Even though I barely knew the man myself. But that's what she does, because you gotta understand, this is the narcissistic female mind at work here. Dude, by elevating Tupac, and we all know she's elevated him to a level that he never was when he was alive. Tupac was not the greatest rapper ever. He wasn't even in the top 10. But because he was a young man who got killed young, that leaves the eternal question of how big could he have gotten? So now you make the argument that, well, yeah, he wasn't the biggest in the world when he died, but he could have been. So that's what you're hanging your hat on is, well, we'll never know. So since he wasn't when he was alive, yeah, but we'll never know if he could have been. So now you got to give him credit for what he never did. So that's why she's elevating Tupac. Because the more she elevates him and claims that she was attached to him, the more that elevates her. But do you understand? Jada Pinkett can't hang her hat on a single thing that she's ever done. She's got to hang her hat on the men around her. That's why she can't get divorced, because she loves the attention, but she hates what she got to do to get it. And if she could have done it without Tupac, she would have done it without Tupac, but she couldn't. But she couldn't. And don't think for a moment that if Tupac had lived, that she wouldn't have tried the same thing with him. First of all, he never would have made her his only woman. But even if he had, she was never going to be satisfied with Tupac. Tupac is a myth that Jada Pinkett has created. The myth of Jada and Tupac. There was no Jada in Tupac. It is a fantasy that she's been living because she wants the world to respect her the way they respected Tupac. Shout out 50 Cent. I want them to love me like they love Pac. She wants the world to respect her in that manner, and the world doesn't, and it never will. But she wants it. Because her argument has always been that you all don't respect how great I am. And if you all would just respect how great I am, it'd be a whole lot better. But since she can't get it, she's now just saying, well, let me just stick around and punish Will. Let me just go ahead and sink my teeth into him. Let me go ahead and do it to Will. He'll take care of me. He'll patch it together. I'm still involved in that rap world. And eventually I'll get it back on track. And it's not going to happen. Not now, not ever. It's never going to occur. There's a bunch of fellas listening to me right now tonight, and that's the reason I'm holding tonight's program here. You're in bed with a she-devil. You're in a relationship with a she-devil. You're in bed with a narcissistic demon. She might talk cute. She might look cute, although some of you held on to it when the cuteness is no longer there. She's got a bargain for it with niggas who knew her 20 damn years ago. Ain't no new dudes coming in. I've told you about this for years. Jada Pinkett isn't talking about the new men. August Alsina is what, chasing dudes now? He's pansexual? But you notice that Jada Pinkett ain't talking about Michael B. Jordan or anybody new. There isn't any new blood trying to step into the arena. She talking about Will Smith and Chris Rock. Yeah, because there are no new competitors. There are none. I've told you all, when women get this old, they gotta go back to their mental damn Rolodex. And the great tragedy of this all is that we all understand that Will's been hit by a damn freight train. He didn't know any of this. Will didn't know any of this. Jason, why did Will Smith do this? Will Smith hit Chris Rock because Will was hoping that a grand gesture from Jada would get her to reconsider him. She has been knuckling him under all these damn decades that he finally got to a point where he said, well, damn it, if I just throw it all away for you. If I show you that you mean more to me, you mean more to me than my rap career, you mean more to me than my movie career, you mean more to me than an Oscar, you mean more to me than my own legacy and my history. If I lay it at your feet, will that finally be enough for you? And did you all hear what she's been saying? She's been saying, I didn't know he was going to do that. He shouldn't have done that. I'm like, are you okay? I was mortified. I didn't know that was coming. She didn't even try to defend him. She's never once said he did the right thing. She's never once excused it. Now she's going on a damn tour to sit up here and flog him about it. He laid his everything at her feet. And she trampled right on it and kept going. He's blaming everyone else for her behavior rather than blame her, and most importantly, blame himself for falling for her ruse all those years ago and continuing to chase it even now. He's pursuing a woman that he understood from the beginning didn't really want him and was just looking for a sponsor. Jada Pinkett has always told herself, I don't need no man. I can get out the mud on my own. I can get it myself. I used to sling a little dope. I can get it on my own. That's what she's always told herself. So it doesn't matter how much you do for her. She's always going to tell herself, I could do it for myself. But she could never rise to the levels of a Will Smith or a Tupac. And because of that, you are a daily reminder to her of what she can never do. And she's not grateful to have proximity to you. She's resentful. She refuses to swallow it up and accept, you know what? I was never as great as I tell myself I am. And I should just be grateful. She's like, no, you niggas are in my way. So the narcissism hasn't deflated. It's only expanded. It's only expanded. It's only gotten bigger. And now this bottomless pit, this black hole of narcissism, now it's swallowed Will. It swallowed Will Smith and his career whole, but Will's not the only one. There are other people. You're listening to me live right now. There are other people listening to me, and it's swallowed you too. Other men out there listening to me, it's swallowed you too. How many of you fellas can be honest that you are in bed with a she-devil right now? You are in bed with a narcissistic she-devil that devours everything around her. She destroys everything around her, including herself, because that's ultimately where they go. They don't stop doing what they're doing. Ultimately, they eventually end up destroying themselves. How long will it be? How long will it be before eventually Jada implodes on herself? And by the way, that would be wonderful because that is the way that her kind thinks and acts. They want the spotlight on themselves at all costs, up to and including self-destruction, because that's the only thing she hasn't done yet. The only thing she hasn't done yet is destroy herself. That's the only thing she hasn't done. The only thing she has not done yet is destroy herself. And if that's all she has to do to get people to pay attention to her just a little while longer, if all she has to do is put the grenade in her mouth, well, if that's what gets attention on her, so be it. That's where she'll be. Will, did you know you were signing up for that? How many fellas in here had to wait for a chick to self-destruct before you realized, oh, hell, this is how far she's willing to take it. This is how far she's willing to go. I'm going to go a little bit further with it. How many of you fellas out there, you overlooked and you still overlook all these things because your chick got a badass bedroom game? Her bedroom game is on point. Fellas, I've been telling you this now for decades. Crazy and crazy sex go hand in hand. Crazy and crazy sex go hand in hand. Square chicks you got to argue with and arm wrestle with. This, that, and the other to get some vanilla stuff. This chick is coming to you with Baskin Robbins 84 flavors, not 32, 84. You like, I'll be damned. If I can just do a little bit of tweaking here, she can stay. No. Because women understand, especially women with limited options, they understand a strong sex game turns niggas' brains off. It's like, oh, he ain't thinking. He's not thinking about anything except how he can get back over here. I got him. And it becomes that. I got him. Because when a female ain't got nothing else to offer, that's when she starts bragging about her sex game. That's when she starts flaunting it to you. This is why a man got to make it very clear that sex doesn't run him. His mission in life runs him. That's what every man got to stay stable on, that your mission in life is the leader. That a pair of slamming butt cheeks, that's not what sways you, and that's not what leads you. That's why a man has to be focused on that. Let me give you something to think about here. For example, for a man, fellas, when you first get up in the morning, you want to start recalibrating the females around you. To the men listening to me, I want to find out, you tell me what's your first move when you get up in the morning. If you are a man who reaches for cigarettes or a joint first thing when you wake up, you are completely uncompetitive. Your woman sees that. If you reach for cigarettes or a joint first thing when you wake up, you are uncompetitive. If you reach for her when you first wake up, you are dependent. Oh, you thought it would be better if you wasn't reaching for cigarettes or a joint or a drink. If you get up in the morning, the first thing you do is reach for cigarettes or a joint, you're uncompetitive. If the first thing you do is reach out for her, you are dependent. If the first thing you reach for in the morning are your goals, then guess what? You're the man she wants. When you first get up in the morning and she knows for a fact what's on your mind is your goals for the day, your purpose in this world. Not that she is a non-factor, but that she comes after the goal. She comes after the purpose. This is what a woman wants. And the reason why women want this is because she understands your goals. She is going to automatically be a beneficiary of your goals. She doesn't have to worry about getting benefits for herself as long as she serves your goals. If he reaches for his goals when he first gets up in the morning, that's the one she wants, because now she knows the only thing she needs to do is make herself one of your goals. This is why a female will then become motivated to get $1 million of femininity. She now knows, okay, all I got to do, if I want to be a beneficiary, if I want to be a beneficiary of his $1 million of productivity, I just need to get me $1 million of femininity because I'm now one of his goals. And I see how he treats his goals. That's the way that works. I see how he treats his goals. My job is to become one of his goals. But a woman knows that if a female is your goal, then that means that you're easily broken. You're easily distracted, because every female knows, she tell you she got the best sex in the world. She knows damn well she doesn't, and she's worried. Well, all he got to do is hop in bed with another female, or another female winks at him, and all of a sudden she becomes his priority and I get nothing. I can't count on a man whose number one priority is a female. His priority's got to be his purpose, not another woman. It's too easy to lose a woman. It's too easy to lose a woman. His goals have to be eternal. Otherwise, you lose it all. There are fellas, many of you tonight, you've been sitting in the danger zone. You've been ignoring these things. These are all the telltale signs and the warning signs. You've heard these phrases, you heard these statements, you disregarded them, overlooked them. I hope that you will give it another thought. I hope you'll give it another thought. However, you might disagree. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open. Yes, we are back one more again. The telephone number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. They use this as their show prep. They'll all be taking the talking points that they've heard here tonight, and they will be regurgitating them here over the coming months and years, because we give you the 10 tons and 720 degrees of analysis that you will receive absolutely nowhere else. We don't do celebrity gossip. We don't do dating. We don't do relationships. We do power dynamics And tonight I wanted to explain to you in withering detail the screwed up power dynamic here that is plaguing Will Smith and that it plagues so many of you men. How many men listening to me right now tonight are willing to admit, Jason, I'm in bed with a she-devil? I'm in bed with one. Lala Anthony was a she-devil. Still is. She was sitting with Carmelo. She did not appreciate that. She wanted to be the center of attention. And when she found out that, well, if I throw my naked breastises out there, that'll make me the center of attention. Even though her man said, I don't want you doing that, she decided, well, that doesn't matter what you think here. I am going to show you open contempt, public humiliation. This is how I'll flex power over you. Carmelo did the right thing. Carmelo let that heifer go. Now she's been out here making an ass of herself ever since. Let's be very, very clear, people. When you got the bag, when you got the man, it's very, very clear to folks. When you don't have the bag and you don't have the man, you look desperate. You look insecure. You're trying to paper over your faults. In the chat room, you're correct. Tia Mowry trying to do the same damn thing right now. Tia Mowry trying to get some shine for herself. And it ain't working. The narcissistic female can't get it to work for herself. She's desperate. She's trying to get y'all to give it to her. She can't get it. Because a woman cannot give herself status. You got to have a man who's built to get status. He has to be a man who moves and operates among the people to have that kind of status. We can go down the list. Brittany Renner. It ain't going to work for them because at the end of the day, even if they do find some brain dead simp to sit up here and take him off the market, they'll have nothing but contempt for him because he isn't what she actually wants. After all, if you're a man who is so weak that you allowed such an obvious skullduggerous, see, this is the way the skullduggerous females think. If you're so weak that you allowed me to put a leash around you, I can't count on you to protect me from anybody else. You didn't protect yourself from me. We're going to go ahead and open the telephone lines here. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. We've also gone ahead and opened up the Zoom. I'm going ahead and pin the link to the Zoom at the top of the chat room. I want to thank everyone, and I do mean everybody who has contributed to support tonight's program on PayPal, CashApp, Super Chat, Venmo. Shout out to all of you there. We appreciate that. You're definitely welcome to go ahead and give us a call. I got somebody who wants to speak here on Zoom, so only thing we ask here is on Zoom. Please do make sure that you do have your camera and your microphone on. We do give preferential treatment, but you have to make sure you have your camera and your microphone on Zoom. Please understand, if you do get on Zoom and you don't, permanent vacation. Let me go ahead and get over here on Blog Talk. Let me get caller from area code 301. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from area code 301. Hello? You're on live. Wake up.
Hey, Jason, this is Ray from Maryland.
Okay, Ray calling in from his lunar lander phone. What's on your mind, Ray?
Well, I'm calling. I just want to say I enjoy your program. You have a great program, and I've been listening to you, and you're doing great for as far as like young men. I hope everybody's listening to you. But tonight, I just have one disagreement, which I have to say, I don't agree with the fact that you say Tupac is not a top 10 rapper. I think Tupac is the best rapper ever.
Nigga, what does it matter?
Well, it matters due to the fact that, because I love Tupac, and the fact that you said he's not a top 10 rapper, I was a little offended by that.
All right. That was August Alsina on the phone, y'all. That was August Alsina calling up. August Alsina wanted to call up and let me know what he thought. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Somebody's mama's boy sat up here and said, Tupac, nigga. Okay, and that matters why. I was a fan. Greatest ever. Tonight's program, we're talking about she-devils and vampires. We're talking about that because most of the fellas listening to me right now tonight have found themselves in a similar circumstance. These are warning signs. Most of you were raised by single moms. Your fathers didn't explain this to you. Most of your fathers, if you had them in your lives, couldn't explain it to you. We're just the folks going ahead and taking out the opportunity here tonight to go ahead and explain that to you. These are cues and warning signs to look for. These are warning signs and cues to look for. Everything I name here tonight, it doesn't just appeal or apply to Will Smith. This doesn't just apply to him. These are the warning signs that always happen. If you take a look at these things, these are the things that always occur. You start to see these parallels happening. And that's why most guys who are sitting here tonight, there's a reason why females focus on their looks so much. It's like, okay, did you do any digging? A lot of fellas don't understand. Your chick has probably been sitting out there and whatnot, and if she didn't get what she wanted, do you realize there's a lot of females out here who are hate dating? I'm creating a new phrase tonight. I'm forging a new phrase tonight. Fellas, y'all got hoes who are out here hate dating. They're going on hate dates. Many of you fellas, you sit here and it's like, okay, she's taking me for a foodie call. Dude, it's not a foodie call. It's a hate date. She hates men. So now she's like, damn it, y'all niggas been out here laying on top of me and getting whatever you can take from me. Now I'm going to get whatever I can take from you. I can't get it from the last 5 or 6 or 20 or 30 or 50 guys who laid on top of me. So guess what, new nigga? You've been nominated. Marquez, I don't know what's going on with your Zoom tonight, brother, but it just says you're joining forever. So if you can't get that resolved, they got to let you go. Let me get caller from area code 281. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, this is Tony in Houston.
Tony in Houston, what's on your mind?
Jason, you scoring 1,000 as usual. I got to give you props. My question is, I'm the senior calling. I'm 67. My question is, where were you in 1977 to have saved me a lot of misery?
Nigga, I was in preschool, so it just that's right. That's where I was at.
I'll let you get by with that excuse. You're telling the brothers the real game. Jada Pinkett Smith was never any good for Will. She was much more farther advanced than he was in life. He was a novice. He was sheltered. He was a good boy. He's the kind of guy that she wouldn't have paid any attention to if not for the fact that obviously he had a future in front of him. And that's the way a lot of women are. You're telling the brothers the truth. If all you do is chase women and cat, you'll never develop into a man. It just doesn't work that way because that's where all your energies and all of your efforts are going.
You make a very good point there that she got with him because he had a future. Because we forget she met him in the late 90s. So we're talking about after Independence Day. So it's like, okay, he's found a second act, something she could never do. He found a second act after The Fresh Prince. So at that point, you say, hey, he's got a runway ahead of him. And you can see he's got the drive. He made the connections. He did everything he needed to do to make sure he's got a second act. However, there was something he didn't do. He didn't make sure that he had a woman who wanted him. That was what he didn't do.
Because she was so much more advanced than him, she whipped it on him, and the rest is history. But there's a lot of women out there. You were right. Another point, and I'll hang up after this. You are exactly right. The overwhelming, vast majority of the women today are not wife material. And all these men who think that they have a chance, you are. I'll tell you what I like to do since I'm retired, and I'm wealthy, not too wealthy, but I'm very well off. I like to go down to the family court here in Houston, down the family court, and see all these men lined up to pay child support. And they look like they don't want to be there, which I can't blame them. But you couldn't tell them nothing. Couldn't tell them anything.
Well, Tony, because here's the thing, dude. I mean, this is the game we got going on now. Bro, they're going to run your pockets. What's happened here, and we got to, I mean, folks, I got to call it for what it is. We got to lay the blame at some folks' feet. And, Tony, if you got my speakers playing behind you, want to turn those off. I got to lay the blame at the feet where it belongs. When they sit up here and repeat Kevin Samuels, and I ain't beating up on him tonight, but I got to call it for what it is. I told you all, hey, you got to give a chick at least 3 years before you even start discussing marriage. Kevin telling these chicks, you shouldn't be dating. If you gonna go dating, you need to ask them, what is your intention? And I'm like, dude, all you're doing is telling chicks to apply pressure from day one. So you got a chick who been sleeping with 30, 40, 50, 60 niggas. She's meeting you at Applebee's telling you got to marry her from day one. Yeah. So what you're doing is you're breaking the little simple dudes, because that's not going to break the dudes who ran through her. They ain't going to break them. This is going to break the little dude who doesn't need to be with a hoe. That fella's going to be like, oh, well, I guess I got to pay twice the price. And she's promising him that he thinks that because she wants to get married that he's going to have a wife. And that's not what he's going to get.
And
what he's going to get is a run through
That's what she said, Jay. That's what she meant. You were right when you brought that point up. When she said they were expecting each other to be something different. He wanted a wife. She wasn't going to be a wife.
No, she just wanted to take up where she left off at. She also wanted to prove she could do better than her mom. And let's be clear, she wanted to be the hottest chick in Hollywood.
Yeah.
But she couldn't get there herself.
Right.
She needed somebody else to get there.
I'll say this. Men, don't listen to what women say. Watch what they do. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. I don't even know if I would tell you that there, fella. I would just say don't believe anything. You set the standard, you set the mold, and then wait. The biggest piece of advice that I can give a young man, older man, any man today, dude, don't let no chick put you in a rush. Just because she got a hard timeline, that doesn't mean you got one. Just because she's on a deadline, that doesn't mean you're on one. Just because she got a deadline doesn't mean you got a deadline. Just because she's running out of time doesn't mean you're running out of time. Just because she's tired of being out here on the dating track doesn't mean you are. Fellas, let me tell y'all something right now. For all of my dudes out here making over $200,000 a year and you're over the age of 40, it's a walking winter wonderland out here. We have never had it better. You're at a point in your life where you've seen everything, you've experienced most of it. If you've gotten around and seen some things in the world, man, you're in a better position than you've ever been in. The only thing that marriage or a baby could do to you right now is take your options from you. And that's exactly what a woman wants. A woman wants you to get in a position where you got the world at your feet and then you surrender it all to her. Marriage is a huge benefit to her. What you can't do is tell me how it benefits you. Now, that's the part you can't tell me. You can't tell me what it is that you're going to get better or more of marrying her than you would continuing to just date her. You can't name what it is. So her job is to get you in a frenzy. Her job is to get you scared. Her job is to get you nervous. Her job is to get you all rattled. Ooh, I better hurry and marry. I got to marry her. I'm going to lose something without you ever telling us what it was you're going to lose. As men, that's when you're losing the power game. When other people are putting arbitrary, look it up, when other people are putting self-imposed and artificial timelines on you. Just because she screwed off her 20s or her 20s and her 30s or her 20s, 30s, and 40s, that don't mean you ain't got to do a damn thing. Hey, baby, this is what it is. You're in a position of strength, and she's trying to convince you that you need to operate as if you're in a position of weakness in order to appease her. And that if you appease her, then you're going to be enhancing the value of what you're going to get. Well, I could really thrill you and really do great things for you if you would just marry me, if you would just have kids with me, if you would just put yourself in a vulnerable, compromised position. All this garbage I've been doing before I got with you, I'll stop that. And the sad part is there's a bunch of fellas out there who've fallen for it. That's the issue. Marquez, I don't know what's going on with you here, brother. I'm going to give you a minute to get things started out together and get you straighter. Otherwise, permanent vacation. I don't know what's going on. He's acting like he wants to talk. Then again, he's not sure. Okay, Marquez, that's better. All right, brother, what's on your mind?
All right, so this is Marcus from Wichita Falls. I was that young man that you talked to for about an hour and a half in that program, Women Double Standards.
Okay, before you say anything else, Marcus, you on camera now. So
yes,
I know. So you and I both know what you're probably about to say next. So I just want to make sure I made that caveat before he goes any further. Jason, don't protect him. Okay, I'm protecting him one time. All right, say whatever you gonna say.
All right, so I know you told me to give you an update in 6 months. That was 2 months ago, which I planned on doing, but I just got through talking to my lawyer, and he told me that the worst case scenario is my soon-to-be ex-wife is going to be entitled to almost $1,200 a month in child support because she chose to put me on child support before she even filed for divorce. And so everything that you've talked about in this program has encapsulated pretty much everything that I went through in my marriage.
Okay. So you talked to the divorce lawyer, you just talked to him too late, but you're out there on the road, you're making money, you're doing your thing. You said worst case scenario is you have to pay her $1,200 a month. That's
yes.
Worst case scenario. Hopefully it doesn't get that far along. How long were you all married again?
We were married for 6 years. It'll be 7 in January.
Okay. Well, the worst case scenario would be 20 years of alimony. That's not going to happen. So That's the other thing is it, like I say, it's not like you're going to have to be paying her anything for some extended period of time. However, you are going to have to probably pay something because you all got a child together. So
yes,
you're going to have to pay something. But all things remaining equal, how many of the warning signs that I named tonight did she check off?
Oh, every single one of them. And I'm pretty much, excuse me for saying this, I've been kicking myself in my ass ever since I've listened to your program, because ever since we've been separated, I've just reflected upon every little thing that I have overlooked. One of the things that she did that was actually blatant was you talked about imprinting, or if a woman is really into you, that she imprints some of the things that you do. And so one of the things that my soon-to-be ex-wife used to do is she grew dreads, just like I did. And then when I came home, she waited until I came home to tell me that she cut her hair. So she cuts her hair and she ends up putting weave and wearing box braids and wearing the same things that she was wearing with her exes. And the other thing that she did was she always used to compare me to her ex-husband, even though I made far more money than he did. And there was a time where my son was even calling him dad. And she justified it when I brought it up by saying, well, he's always home and you're not. So like I said, everything that you said in this program, I even took a screenshot just to kind of reflect on that before I got onto the Zoom.
Okay, wait. You said that she had your son calling her ex-dad?
No, her ex-husband, because he would always come over to drop off her other kids. And, you know, there were times where he'd say, hi, daddy, and this and that. And
yeah, that's what I'm saying, that she had, your son was calling her ex-husband dad.
Yes.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Because, quote, he's always home. Okay.
I'm always working.
Now, we all know that ain't right. We all know that's not correct. No. That's not the way that works. I don't even have any kids. Now, I can tell you that's not the way that works. No. They do that when there's some coaching involved. That's when you do that. So, now here's the other. Let me go into that dreads thing, because that's actually rather significant. How long now were you married to her at this point when that happened?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
So I started growing dreads. Let me think. This is year 5. So I started growing dreads in 2018, and she started growing dreads about a year and a half or a year or so after I did.
Okay. How long had you been with her at that point?
Oh, at that point, I've been with her for about a year. Okay. So when she started growing dreads, it was 2 years at that point.
Okay.
That we've been together.
Fellas, you can argue with it if you want to. I'm just telling you, your divorce lawyers don't think of it this way because they think about the courts. I think about human nature and power dynamics. You can't be fake that long. Brother, if you had given her 36 months, you would have seen all this. If you had simply given her another year, you would have seen all this. If you had given her 24, 36 months of dating, you would have seen every single one of these signs, and you never would have had a kid with her because you would have known that's where that's going. Because she couldn't be fake that long. Even if they want to be chameleons, the real thing is, as you know, when we're doing your hair like that, there's a lifestyle that comes along with it. If she doesn't adopt that lifestyle with it, you already see, the game is raggedy. You're trying to put on camouflage, but you're not going to be able to do that right there. You can't do it. I'm warning these young men today, don't let anybody, females, old niggas, your parents, don't let anybody tell you that you have to be in a damn hurry. This is how they getting y'all screwed up and messed up today. Fellas, don't sit up here and listen to some internet hag on Instagram or TikTok tell you that you got to rush something. Well, if you've been dating her for 3 or 5 years, that's because this heifer ain't the one. That's why. It's not because you're mean or you're playing around or you're wasting her time. Your animal instincts are telling you this ain't the one. And then if you let her pressure you into making a bad deal and a bad decision, now you locked up in it. When literally, if you had just waited a little bit longer, you would have seen every single one of these things. If we had waited just a little bit longer. The real question then becomes whether or not you will accept it. But fellas, they got fellas out here today, they're so damn socially awkward. They're not used to anything. They don't develop options. They don't know how to talk to females spontaneously in real life. They pop up in people's DMs and all this garbage. But as far as a real interaction, they don't know what to do. They're too scared, too frightened of it. They're scared of rejection or anything else. Next thing you know, the first female that says boo, he's ready to take her down the damn aisle. Doesn't put her through her paces. Doesn't crap test her. Doesn't see if she's got passion for him. Doesn't wait to see if he's imprinting on her. Is she becoming more like me? Well, she put her hair in dreads. We got questions to ask about that. Is this a first time event? Or is this just what she do with every nigga she get with? Fellas, just because a female changes hairstyles like they change draws, she don't think nothing of that. You guys got to be deeper than that. Hey, let me find out, is this just what she does with every nigga she gets with? Does she just start switching the style up? Fellas don't think like that. Ooh, that's a term of endearment. Ooh, dreads take longer. She really off in the paint with it, dude. Is this special, or does she do this with everybody? When you find out she does with every dude she get with, she starts taking on those airs. Oh, this is what you do to draw them in. That's a trait of narcissism. Narcissism and borderline personality disorder. That's another tactic that they use. What they call a love bombing. And she love bombed the hell out of you. Because she was like, this will get this nigga to drop his defenses. And it did. This will get him to drop his defenses. And it did. And it did. Don't beat yourself up too badly about that. There's everything else you can beat yourself up over. But don't beat yourself up too badly about that, because most of the guys listening, and by the way, it's happened to me. I'm not going to sit here and do it. You never have any. Sure it has. Absolutely. It sure as hell has. I never got married, never got a kid with anybody. But it was experiences like that that taught me, hey, this is how they get down. Sugar and spice and everything nice my ass. If they want you, they will love bomb the hell out of you to get what they want. If you just sit still and be like, okay, I'm not going to make a permanent commitment until I'm 100%. I'm not going to make a 100% commitment until I'm 100% sure. That's when you start seeing, now the fangs start coming out. What happened in your case was you saw warning signs and you told yourself, well, this is a temporary aberration. Well, this was kind of weird, but she was just having a bad day or a bad month. And then you found out, no, this is what it is.
Oh, and I was going to add to that, too. You also mentioned that if you were raised by narcissistic women, and unfortunately, my mom was a 3-time divorcee, and a little bit about me, I didn't know that my stepdad was my dad until I was 8 years old. And I still remember that moment, and I didn't meet my dad until I was 23, and then he had just passed away in January. And the only comforting thing that my mom said to me was, well, your dad was always a liar just like you. So needless to say, I hadn't talked to my mom since, give or take.
And the world has lost absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
As a result. I'm just sorry to say that we live in the most, I just have to call it what it is, the most despicable generation of females ever. You've never seen anything so degenerate before. You've never seen a generation of females before that we got so many stories that they've whored themselves out to every piece of garbage, or even if the guys weren't, the females are so despicable that this is the culture today that we shouldn't be able to name this many women doing this stuff. We shouldn't be able to name this many. We should be able to say Kurt Franklin and you, and the list goes on. We shouldn't be able to say that. We shouldn't be able to say a third of the kids born, the woman done fingered the wrong guy. Deliberately, to the point Maury Povich can make a damn 20-year career out of it. We shouldn't be able to say that, and yet we are. And it's not so much they slept around, it's that when you do catch them on it, they stand on it. You have become subhuman. Mm-hmm. At that moment, you're no longer human, you're subhuman. I don't even want to use the word human anymore. Now you're just an animal. And the young man has to make a decision whether or not he wishes to retain that in the gene pool or remove it from it. A lot of you young men are going to have difficult decisions to make, but I'm a firm believer. I tell this to the girls and the boys. If your daddy was a rolling damn stone, I don't see what he has to contribute to his grandchildren. I really don't. You're going to have to convince me he's got anything to contribute to them other than a perfect example of what not to be. And they'll find plenty of examples of that. I want these young people not to fall for that stuff there, because then you have the boys become grown men. Now, what the mother has done is she's raised you to be the type of simple mark that she wished your dad would have been.
Yeah.
But she couldn't get him. So what it really tells you is that she hated your dad, and rather than deal with that, he's no longer around. So now she's transferred that to the son.
Yep.
So every day she sees you, now she's killing him all over again. Remember, I told you, a woman can't whoop your ass with her bare hands, usually can't. She'll find some other way. So in her mind, if you want to know how the sickness goes with these Jada Pinketts and the rest of them, take a look at what she's done. Take a look at Gabrielle Union. I can go down the damn list. They take the boys and they hate the men they had them with. They destroy the boys. They make them beta. They make them effeminate. They make them effete. They make them passive. They make them endlessly chasing female approval. Yeah. Regardless of the quote-unquote quality of the female. She's gutter female, and he's sitting here working his ass off to get her approval. Well, why? Take a look at his damn mama. You want to know what he thinks a good woman is? There she is right there. You mean a heifer with 5 kids? And yeah, that right there. No wonder that's his frame of reference. So in his mind, this is just what women do. He got to get out here in the world and meet a whole bunch of females because unfortunately the problem is this is what women do today. He's got to go meet a whole bunch of females before he finds one that doesn't do that. It's like, oh, hell, they don't all do that? Oh, man. I'll be damned. I got a kid in the ring with this one. Can I get out of this? Yes, but I need you to hold this bill. And the real issue is just like in your case here, and this is what I try to warn you fellas about here, she's already destroyed herself. A lot of you fellas out here, these women are trying to get you to handcuff yourself to her because she's got a grenade in her damn mouth. It's already over for her. She's done. Your mama, it was already over. Your soon-to-be ex-wife, already over. Even if they do find somebody to leech off of, it's not going to go. By the way, is your mom still married to that dude?
No. She's
there you go.
Yeah, she's been divorced since I was a freshman in high school. That's 98.
Yeah.
And that was husband number 3.
Okay.
She literally divorced my dad, and I found this out, and this was another thing that made me upset, is she divorced my dad and then married my first stepdad like literally days after she officially divorced my dad.
Well, you already know where that came from then. You already know what's going on there. So, yeah. And your story is so damn common. Your story is not the anomaly. Ladies, if you want to know why it is that men don't want to get married anymore, it's because y'all be doing, this is what y'all are doing today. This is what you're doing today. So I tell these young men, if you're even thinking about that, take your damn time. Remind everybody, how long did you know that woman before you married her?
Just a recap. I knew her in high school. So we got back together and we dated for a year before we got married.
There you go.
It was nostalgia.
By the way, but was she pregnant before or after you got married?
After we got married.
He gave it a good 12 months and said, let's make it a lifetime. How many kids did she come to you with again?
3.
By how many men?
2.
So just in case somebody thinks Jason is being unreasonable. And he overlooked that because he was used to it. He saw his mama do it. That was the example that he observed. She's probably a more stand-up person than your mama is, which is the real shame of it. Well, at least she ain't lying about who the daddies are. And he's like, well, there's a plus. This is how low the damn bar is. Well, she ain't lying about who the daddies are. There's a plus. No need for the DNA test. Wife material right here. That's how low the damn bar is. Well, I mean, once you get ready to get divorced and stuff, now we're going to go take a look for it. Well, it's a good thing. At least we got that confirmed. So the good news is they're your kids. The bad news is they're her kids. There's the bad news. But in any case, like I say, it's a cautionary tale, and I want fellas to learn from your experience that this really will happen. They really will do this. They really will. You can be as nice as you want to be, stand up as you want to be, passive as you want to be. You ain't cussing on them. You ain't cheating on them. You ain't beating on them. You ain't running around the town on them. You're going to work every damn day. You're telling yourself you're going to outdo the previous fellas. She's still comparing you to some other guy.
Mm-hmm.
And here you are. Okay, let me go ahead and show I'm better than him. When I tell you guys that, you don't have to beat Jay-Z, you just got to beat the 2 previous guys she's with. What I'm telling you fellas is that's supposed to already be confirmed before you get to this point. That's my point. My point isn't that you chase her. My point is that when you two start getting together, she makes it clear to you, hey, you head and shoulders above where I've been. Now she's supposed to be pursuing you. She's supposed to be trying to prove to you that she's worth your time. And when she starts this thing about, now, here's the other thing you said, I didn't really like you when I met you. When was the most recent time that was confirmed to you?
I want to say when I stopped teaching and she started working at our old high school, and she would say things like, I'm always defending you because some of your coworkers used to say that you were weird because I was the guy that wore a shirt and tie. And I'll admit I'm quirky. I'm not like your typical black guy or whatnot. But with that being said, she would always say things like, well, if I had a problem with you being a nerd, then I'd let you know. And it was one of those red flags that always stuck in the back of my mind, like, well, why would you even say that if you didn't have a problem with it?
Fellas, you gotta watch signs when you're dealing with a female who believes that she's better than you. Fellas, that's not some minor thing. A lot of dudes grew up watching George Jefferson and stuff, and y'all are accustomed to the idea of men being belittled and degraded and open gestures of contempt. When a female makes a statement that's very clear that, yeah, you digging me, but I wasn't really digging you like that. Or I'm not. Or you grew on me. Those are not compliments, fellas. Those are deceptive. That's deceptive language, specifically for the purposes of smoothing over what she just said. She just told you, I'm not attracted to you. Oh, well, that was back then. Bull crap. She's telling you, for a fella that she is attracted to, she ain't never said nothing like that about him. Not past, present, nor future. She's never said that. She's letting you know, yeah, I don't really feel you like that. But, we here, so I'm trying to make the best of it. That's what you grew on me means. Well, I'm stuck here, so I got to make the best of it. And you don't want to be the guy she's making the best of, because the bottom line is anything good she says to you is mixed with she's letting you know, is mixed with a healthy dose of contempt. I had a dude who was more swaggy. I had a guy who was more respected, less quirky. I liked his gangster sense of humor or street sense of humor, or just different from you, or you're just too far this way. You're too damn straight-laced. There's no excitement. I don't feel like another female desires you. There is no competition for you. This is why fellas, have complexes about things. The red pill is basically built on guys who are short, fat, or quirky. You never hear the end of it. They always have a complex about that. Always. And I suppose you can lose weight, but you can't gain height. Okay, fine. I get that. But at the end of the day, if your female is letting you know she's not attracted to that, you better pay attention. You listen to me. I'm not going to toot my own horn about anything. I guess I'm a fairly articulate guy. I'm not going to have a female around me who doesn't respect that. And that's not going to be something that grows on her. That's going to be something that she has to like and have an affinity for and respect for walking in the door. If you don't, I can't really fool with you. I'm not qualifying for you. You got to qualify for me. And that's the way it must be. Fellas, you can't be with a chick that you got to grow on. This is why you cannot pursue a female. You can't do that, because what you told her is there's no competition for you. All you're supposed to do is let her know you're available. Now she needs to respond. If she doesn't, every red flag known to man needs to go off. Dude, this ain't the one. She's trying to test too many damn options. If she does say yes to you, it's only because the other options fell through.
It's
and
funny
she wants
that
to
you
bail
mentioned
out.
that. Because, the other day, not to get too graphic, she was like, hey, do you want to get together? And I just simply said, I'm not in the mood, because I was done. And then after that, her attitude started shifting. She started, manipulating when I could pick up my son. Because when I'm home, I've been home for 2 weeks now, and I'm getting ready to go back to the rig. But when I'm home, I pick up my son from school, and he's kind of going through it right now because he's trying to figure out why daddy is living in a different house than mommy. And it's heartbreaking, but she would do certain things like I'd have to drop him off at my sister-in-law's house. And of course, when you talk about frame of reference, she has yet another new boyfriend that, let's just say, is, I'm just going to put it, he's basically Pookie from what I can tell. So, and, so those are the people that she, that have that she, corrals around and gets advice from and things of that nature. And here we are.
Now, how I want to be a little more specific here. How long ago was this that she wanted you to come pay her a visit?
About let me see. Because I was on that last time I talked to you, I was on that job for about 3 months. So I've been home for about 2.5 weeks now. So I'd say about 3 days after I came home, she was like, "Hey, you want to do something before I go to work?" And I was like, "I'm not in the mood." And she was actually shocked because, like you taught me before, when it comes to sex, women like that can throw it down in the bedroom, and so they think that men aren't thinking. And I got to the point where it's like, okay, well, I'm 40 years old now. And it's like, sex is almost evident, whether if it's from you or from other chick, what else do you got? So I'm not sure if that was a mistake or if that was something that I triggered that caused her to act a certain type of way. But I was at the point where it's like, well, no, you've left my house. You said you wanted a divorce. And, that didn't mean that you get your cake and eat it. That was my mindset.
No, I mean, definitely. No, she only calling you because she's on the outs. She's on the outs with what's his name. So she's lonely because crazy chicks, sex, and love are the same thing. They're the same thing, but sex is also power. So, but in the mind of crazy hoes, sex and love is the same thing. And it's no good if she's not using it. So she doesn't really have the only thing that she utilizes in this world is sexuality. You take that from her and she's an empty beer can. So that was the whole point about that. Old boy, things ain't going right with her and the old boy. So it's, hey, you want to come tiptoe through because you've probably been usually dependable for that kind of thing. Now you said no.
So her ex-husband's already remarried. Now, mind you, I'm not going to speak ill of, that relationship because I know that it doesn't mean much. But yeah, that, him and her have had words and the ex-wife has had words. There were times where, she would say, well, delete them from Facebook, don't add them as friends and things of that nature. And that was yet another red flag because I was like, well, why are you fighting with your ex-husband's wife if you claim that you don't want your ex-husband? And so when I started connecting all these dots and obviously listening to your programs, and you've basically encapsulated everything that was going in my relationship, that's why I'm coming to you humbly and also kicking myself in my ass once again. Like, come on, dude. Like, you saw this happening and,
No, I mean, look, Phil Collins and Philip Banks once had a song, Easy Lover. Fellas, you got to watch out for an easy lover. I know life, it can be difficult and sometimes you be like, man, look here, it shouldn't be this hard. And I understand that. But fellas, when chicks throw it in your lap, that's what they do. And you have to accept this. Taking the low-hanging fruit, there's a reason why you cannot make a commitment to the low-hanging fruit. You can't. Yeah, it wasn't such a struggle to get and you can move on about your day to other things. But this is going to be a time bomb that blows up. It always does. Because it must. It must. When a female has slept with a bunch of dudes, she gets used to sleeping with a bunch of dudes. So she doesn't really care. Every man she gets with is simply a pit stop before she goes to the next one. Even if, as you're finding out, even if she marries you, you're just a pit stop to the next one. Why? Because she never left the last ones. So whether it's a straight line or whether it's a circle, she's got to leave you at some point. She must. It's what she does. She eventually moves on to somebody else, whether it's someone she knows or someone new. This is what they do. I'm warning fellas about the tactics, not the thought patterns or the opinions, the tactics you can use to protect yourself. First and foremost, recognize the warning signs. Don't overlook them because you in a dry spell or you tired of struggling and it's stressful and I want to get out these streets. Man, damn that. Do not ignore those signs. I've never told you fellas who you can lay up with or who you don't. I am telling you you're well advised not to make a permanent connection. When should I make a permanent connection, Jason? 3 or 4 years from now. If she lasts that long and she makes it through all that and everything's good, there you go. If she doesn't, you figured out she ain't the one. That's it. And if she's not truly wife material, all you're really waiting for is for her to get over her own internal narcissism and recognize you're not what you tell yourself you are. You've got too many flaws. And there's the other thing. Ladies, y'all know. You know if you are manipulative. If you ever had a man who told you you're a congenital liar, you know if you are. You know if you're a congenital liar. You know if you're a degenerate liar. You know if you a hoe. You know if you still sleeping with your baby daddy who don't see his kids. You know if you're that kind of chick who does that. Your son ain't seen his daddy in 4 damn years, and you've been sleeping with, you seen that nigga more than your son has, and your son hasn't seen him at all. You know if that's who you are. Don't get mad if the fella treats you like that's what you are. You know that's what you do. The fellas who fall for that and get desperate for that, it's like you want him to treat you as something that you're not. And the best thing you fellas could have done was treat her like what she is. She for the streets. That's what she needs. She doesn't need dudes getting her pregnant. She doesn't need to get married. She needs to be single and barren. She needs to be single, barren, and childless. That's what she needs to be because she can't handle anything else. She'll just destroy everything else. I'll let you have the last word.
All right. So the last thing that I wanted to say is you're right about women self-destructing, because as soon as she left my household, she was already texting me saying that I need money. I'm about to get evicted. And it was one of those things to where I did bit the billet and sent her money because I was in North Dakota at the time and I didn't want to worry about where my son was going to go. So to close my statements, you got to be careful who you choose to procreate with. I thought I was doing the right thing, and I just didn't have enough game because, once again, I didn't have the frame of reference to understand that women who do this, even though it's norm now, is not how women are supposed to act. So thanks again for lacing me up with the game, and I will continue to give you that update in another 4 months like you instructed.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. Please do give us a call again. We appreciate that. Going to teach y'all a few things, man. Stick around. You're going to learn something. Let me get caller from area code 210. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, this is Tony from San Antonio.
Tony from San Antonio, what's on your mind?
So, in listening to tonight's program, I was listening to the red flags and things that you had cited before. For the most part, I've been fortunate to not really have to deal with at least those tall tale things in the relationships I've had, but there's something I have noticed that's been a pattern. And so one thing in particular from my first relationship I had, excuse me, that seemed a little odd, and maybe you could give me some insight. One of the things I've noticed is that, like, with this girlfriend I had, she would cry a lot, and I always wondered sometimes in the back of my mind if it was like, is she just super sensitive? Is she trying to manipulate me? Is it cultural? Or
no. She's got emotional issues. When you got a female who just cries at the drop of a damn hat, it ain't, you say something and it's not that serious, but she's boo-hooing, that's emotional imbalance, fellas. That's emotional issues. That's trauma. Call it what you will. That's a huge red flag. Don't get wrapped up with a chick who's got emotional imbalances. She can't stay stable. She falls to pieces. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay. Yeah, that's something like, yeah, it kind of sounds a little common sense, but it just like, the thing that threw me off about it was like, when you think about like other things, like, one thing is like, I didn't really experience too much toxic, well, really any, at least flagrantly toxic things. Probably the only thing that the only other thing that was a little off, or was maybe just something that annoyed me, was she used to kind of be a little bit of a passenger seat driver, and she couldn't even drive at the time. And that used to kind of just like, I don't know, it was just like, I used to kind of just be like, I was like, listen, when you get your driver's license, then you can tell me how to, tell me where to go or the directions. But I mean, she wouldn't get like out of hand or anything like that, but it'd just be little things. But then like I noticed there were some things that was like, that seemed like maybe she wasn't that bad or something like that, or maybe I may have put an imprint on her, as little as it may be or something. But like for instance, like you talk about music and things like that. I know like she started picking up like my music taste. Like I would like play stuff in the car or something like that, or play music for her, stuff like that. A lot of it was stuff that she'd never heard of because I listened to old music and stuff like that. But then like I remember like maybe about 6 months or so after we started dating, I'd like hear like listen. It's like humming songs. I was like, oh, this is a song I would have in my library or something like that, but I never played for her. And I find that she's like looking at these songs and playing it on her own, things like that. But ultimately, like one thing that's kind of like a question about as well is essentially when we broke up, and like for the most part, I mean, like I kind of did something stupid because I didn't know any better, and I probably would have handled it much better if I had a little bit more age and wisdom. But again, this was my first girlfriend. I was in my early 20s at the time. But,
give us the short version. Give us the short version of it. What was it you wanted to ask?
Yeah. Well, anyway, I had a friend kind of like told me that, it's like, it seems like you're spending a lot time with her, this and that, and it's like, seems like she's like you're almost at her beck and call for everything. So like maybe you should try to wean her off or things like that. And at the time, I didn't really think anything of it, but then I thought maybe I should try it, and I ended up kind of like stopped like communicating or like answering calls or actively calling her for about like a couple months, and obviously you can tell she obviously got pissed off. And
okay, well, I mean, it's one thing if you're not contacting her at all. It's another thing about who initiates the majority of the contact. If you're the one always asking to speak to her, that's a problem. If she's the one asking to speak to you 8 out of 10 times, that's fine. If she's the one asking, are you available? Are you free? Can you talk? That's good. That's where things are supposed to settle, is that she's contacting you. And the reason for that is because you're supposed to be busy building. You're supposed to be busy building. You're supposed to be busy getting your money together. You're supposed to be busy making things happen. That's where you're supposed to be. So by definition, she's supposed to be trying to figure out where you are. If you're trying to figure out where she is most of the time, that's because you don't have enough going on. So you got nothing but time to go follow up behind her because you got so much free time, and you're choosing not to spend that time on yourself and focusing on improving your value. You choosing to spend that time. Where's she at? So fellas, recognize when you got a losing hand.
Okay. That makes some sense because she was initiating, I'd say, probably about 90% of the calls. And, I mean, I would answer pretty much almost all the time until I tried doing that thing that my friend suggested. And
I find that a little difficult. I find that to be a little bit difficult to believe here. Let me find out here. On a scale of 1 to 10, even numbers only, what would the men, not the women, but the men of Dallas rate her at? And be honest, because I got questions.
Well, let's see. I mean, honestly, I always got compliments when people would see her all the time. And dudes, I've seen some dudes try to holler at her, so I'd probably say an 8. I mean, to me, I thought she was great, but I mean, like, I think she could probably pass for an 8.
I think she could pass for an 8. So do you think that the men of New York City, Atlanta, DC, that they would give her an 8?
Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, body-wise, like she's very tiny, very petite.
There you go. Yeah, because here's my thing, my dude. No offense, but would the women of San Antonio give you an 8?
Yeah, I wouldn't think so, honestly.
Okay, so what is a chick who's an 8 doing with a guy who's a 4? And I'm not saying that to be demeaning or insulting. I'm saying that because I understand how you felt about her, but the problem is your story that doesn't match up with an 8. That matches up with a 4. It doesn't match up with an 8. That's the issue that I have with the version of the events you're giving me. The version of the events you're giving me matches up perfectly with a 4, but not with an 8. So I have some questions about that.
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm not really sure how I would measure my looks or anything like that. I mean, probably.
But you know what the women would give you. But you know what they would give you, and you already know that. So you already know what the women would give you, but you also already know what the men would give her. And what I'm saying is, you said she's petite. Well, petite is one word for it. Crackhead, skinny is another. That's another word for it.
Well,
so when
she wasn't like that.
Okay, well, I mean, we certainly have your version. No offense, we have your version of the events for it. But what I'm just saying is, just me on the phone talking to you, you don't strike me as an alpha who could pull an 8. So she might have been the prettiest thing that you ever got, and might have been the prettiest thing that you were ever with. And I understand that. But what I'm saying is, from her behaviors and what I'm picking up from you, and I could be mistaken, although we all know what happens is next Jason starts telling people I just need to see a picture or a Zoom. And what I'm saying is, you don't strike me as being a guy who could pull an 8, not a legit 8. You strike me as a guy who could pull a 4, who to him, she's the cutest thing he ever had, so she's a 6 or an 8. But not a legit 8 that all of us would be like, yeah, that's an 8. I just don't see it that way. And your responses and your experience that you're relaying to me, I'm just saying that's in line with what I would expect for where I'm picking up where you fall in the hierarchy. No shade, no offense. I'm not throwing insults. I'm not trying to take digs at you. I'm just saying the experiences that you're relaying to me are a guy who was with a solid 4 or a average 6, not a guy who's dealing with someone above average, because the results you've gotten are not above average results. So how could she be an above average female, but you're getting average results? I guess that's the real problem I'm having.
Well, and I probably would say, I mean, again, I was really young then, so I mean, it's not really fun compared to today, but I mean, like, I definitely was being her as far as making money and
well, I mean,
like that.
But here's the issue. There are a lot of well-paid simps and well-paid pookies out there. So when you tell me I had a good income, I'm like, dude, that literally means nothing, because that says nothing about your personality, masculinity, drive, ambition, focus, competence. Your job and income says nothing about that. Take a look at our subject matter tonight, Will Smith. He's more well paid than 99.9. He is in the top 1% of 1%ers in Hollywood. How's that working out?
Yeah, that's true. And yeah, I definitely didn't make Will Smith's money. I'm not delusional or crazy. But I mean, like, at the time, I mean, like, for someone my age, I mean, I had my own business. I did landscaping, stuff like that, and probably like
not bad.
Things like
not bad. I did landscaping.
First things.
I did landscaping. Not bad. Not glamorous either. So I struggle to see how a chick who is a legit 8 and she moves in circles of other females who are legit 8s and 10s. I struggle to see how she would see herself with a landscaper.
Well, I mean, I would say in comparison to her friends, I think she was definitely the best looking of her friends.
That makes it even worse. So you're telling me that you had an 8 who hangs out with ugly chicks. Once again, like I say, the more we dig into this, dude, listen to what you're saying. She was the best looking out of her friends. If she's an 8, she should have all pretty friends. And you just said she doesn't.
I mean, her friends were cute, but they weren't. I mean, she definitely wasn't.
You all see how he's trying to massage this language now. He didn't think I was going to catch on to that, and I knew this is where he was going to go. Oh, they're all cute too. Well, then you wouldn't have said that she was the best looking of them. You would just say that she's got all cute friends if they're all equal.
Well, I mean, personally, I thought she was more attractive than compared to all of her friends. Okay. But I mean, at the same time, if I had never met her friends, I wouldn't necessarily overlook her friends either, at least physically looking at least.
Like I say here, brother, I can understand how things went down the way they were. I'm pretty sure that you were initiating at least half the contact. I'm pretty sure you were. Although if she was initiating most of it, then yeah, she falls where I figured she would be. She was the cutest of the 6s until she got a little bit older and a little bit more experience, and she figured out she could get something better. Once again, I'm not taking shots at you. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is just on this phone call alone, and don't take this offensively, though somebody needs to say it. You don't strike me as being you don't strike me as being the most confident guy. It's got nothing to do with talking to Jason Black. You don't strike me as being the most confident guy. So what I'm saying is that females are going to compare you to the best they've met, not you at your best. They're going to compare you to the best they've met. And if they've met a guy who sounds more confident and whatnot, they're going to compare you not to you. They're going to compare you to him. And that's where you will fall in the hierarchy.
Hello?
I said that's where you're going to fall in the hierarchy.
Okay. Yeah, I did know her ex-boyfriend. So I mean, I could kind of have a little bit of measurement from there.
I did know her. I did know her ex-boyfriend.
Well, yeah. I knew him. Basically, the way I met her was I met her through him, and I met him because we took a college course together, and
okay. So you're saying that you knew. So you're saying that you knew her ex-boyfriend, and you felt that you were better boyfriend stock than he was.
Yeah. I mean.
Okay, is that what you're saying? Okay, sir, is that what you're saying, or is that not what you're saying? What are you saying, sir? Are you saying that you met her ex-boyfriend and you felt like you were a better guy than him? If that's not what you're saying, what the hell are you trying to say?
No. I think honestly I was.
Okay, why?
Because the more I got to know him, we kind of came off more like a kind of a scammy, sketchy dude.
Okay. What were his finances like?
He was. I think he was probably living off his parents. I mean, we were all in college, and they were both foreign exchange students. So.
Okay. Was this chick black?
No.
Sounds about right. By the way,
I was in my early 20s.
Okay, but by the way, you said that you were a better quality male than her ex-boyfriend. So what you're saying is that you were a step up from the guy she was with previously.
Yeah, I would say so, honestly.
What? Oh, so in other words, you were a stepping stone.
That's the thing that I've wondered about.
There's no need to wonder. There's no need to wonder. You already know. You guys are. She's spreading her wings. She found a little black dude who's not used to white chicks talking to him. She's a little more open about that. She probably getting run through all of them. Well, I asked her if she was black. What was she?
She was Asian.
Okay, that makes it more novel. So she knows y'all are sprung for her. Now, was she from Southern Asia?
Yeah, she was Vietnamese.
Auntie, chill.
Need I say more?
I mean, that didn't really, honestly, that really wasn't even anything like novel or anything. My high school was mostly Asian, so it wasn't anything
Alrighty
like.
All right, brother. By the way, the big thing is in high school with him. Okay. By the way, one last question. How'd that work out for you?
Are you talking about high school or my relationship with her?
How'd your, after all your experience with Asians in high school, how'd that work out for you with her?
Oh, well, I mean, like I was a complete introvert and too shy to talk to girls in high school, so I didn't really come out of my shell until her.
Okay, sir, that doesn't change the question I just asked.
So, maybe if you could rephrase it, I'm a little confused. I'm sorry.
You just sat here and you just said, this is just like the thing about how she looked and about her ex-boyfriend. Sir, you just said about how it was no big deal because you had Asians in your high school. Got that. And how did that prepare you?
I mean, like I went to school.
Okay, and how did that prepare you for her?
Well, I wasn't initially. I was just like sprung on her looks initially, or anything like that.
Oh, you weren't sprung on her looks initially. It sounds like she wasn't sprung on much of anything.
But, at the time, she was with him, and
okay. Now he just said that she was cute.
I was doing my thing.
He said she was cute. First, he said she was an 8. Now he's saying she was cute. So, yeah.
Well,
he is massaging the hell out this language. He's massaging the hell out of it. The bottom line here is, I understand, he met him an Asian chick. And by the way, y'all know that means he's going to grade her on a tremendous curve now. So he might get one of the chicks. He's got an Asian chick that the Asian dudes ain't fooling with. But she gave him the time of day. So he's grading her on a huge curve. Ooh, she's an 8. That means she's a 4. But she's Asian and she's willing to give him the time of day on her way to a white dude. So she gave him the time of day.
She ended up getting with another Asian dude after me.
Okay, sir, do you think that makes it better?
No, but it's not a surprise either. So
exactly. As I said, you were a stepping stone. Now, by the way, you all know that he's massaging it and stuff, and he's not being totally forthcoming. But that's perfectly fine. That's what you all got me here for. Because he said, I've always wondered about that. If he was aware of this, if he had settled in his mind, he wouldn't be still saying that. I've always wondered. He would already know because the evidence is rather glaringly obvious. But what you need to make truth peace with yourself is that she saw you coming. You guys were something that she was dealing with on her way to where she really wanted to be. Females love attention, and they, just like men want low-hanging fruit for sex, women will accept low-hanging fruit for attention. Just pine on that for a little while, will you? Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me get caller from area code 832. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, how's it going? My name is Dorillis from Houston, Texas.
All right, Dorillis from Houston. What's on your mind?
Okay. Well, just wanted to see about a situation a friend is going through, or rather he's started dating a girl that seemed pretty nice, and when we introduced each other, when he introduced her to me, she seemed good, and a little bit after that, I started seeing signs that she's having like coarse selfishness and some of the stuff that you were talking about here, and I wanted to see if it was worth it to try and like tell them the things that I see, and or if I should just leave it alone.
Okay. It may be worth it to broach the subject with him one time and see how he responds. But really just to say, I got some questions. and ask if he's okay with that. Not if he's okay with you asking the question, but about the questions you have is, by the way, if a chick is doing X, Y, Z, is that all right or whatever? Do you see old girl doing this and whatnot? And I'm just curious how you feel about that. And if he acknowledges that he sees it, that's the only thing you really want. Does he see this? And from there, just listen to how he characterizes it. Because if he tells you, yes, I see this, but you don't understand, she been through some things. This isn't a matter of he doesn't see it. He does see it. He has given himself rationales and reasons for accepting it. And at this point, the situation will have to become intolerable before he takes action. But all you can really do is make sure, the only misconception would be if he doesn't actually know these things are happening. Now, if he's operating under false pretenses and he thinks she's not doing something that she is, or that she is doing something that she's not, that's one thing. But if you both take a look at her do something, you're like, did you see that? Yeah. How do you feel about that? Wait and see what he says. Well, you see, she's just really friendly, so, it's okay. She hugged her ex-boyfriend. I'm not insecure, you see. Okay. At that point, leave it alone. If you wish to retain him as a friend.
Right.
Now, if you don't, well, go have a knockdown drag out with him, although I don't think that's worth it either, because it ain't your girl, and it's not going to help you in any way. So if it's got to come down to a point where she's got to knock the living snot out of him emotionally before he's had enough, or he's just a glutton for punishment, or if he's just so desperate for sex that he's just willing to overlook nonsense, there you go. The only thing as a friend you would want to do is make sure that your friend knows what he's getting into. Knowing it doesn't mean you explain to him, now you do know this is a bad thing, right? No, did you see that? Yes, I saw that. It's just like Remy Ma. Hey, Papoose, did you see the way your woman came dressed at that damn award show? Did you know she was out there? Yeah, bro, I saw that. Sometimes she want to look sexy. It's all right. She flossed a little bit. Okay. Hey, dude, did you know your chick was throwing them butt cheeks in front of Wendy's? Oh, yeah. How you feel about that? Well, sometimes she just having fun. She just messing around. Don't be a stick in the mud. Okay. Bro, leave it there. Leave it alone.
Okay.
Just leave it there because he sees it. And that's all you really want to confirm is he sees it. If you attempt to impose on him action, because that's the only reason you would argue with him is you want him to take action. If you attempt to impose that on him, he's going to revolt. It's now going to be a fight between you and him. Because here's the bottom line. Men need to understand this. That chick is giving him something you ain't giving him. At least I hope you ain't giving to him, but
no.
She doing things with him you're not going to do. His connection and his relationship to her is different than his relationship to you. And if he has reached a point where facts and reality do not make as big an impression on him as her butt cheeks do, brother, you can't override that. The only thing you can do is get into a fight with him. That's all you can really do. Until she has humiliated him enough, hurt him enough, embarrassed him enough, disgraced him enough, dishonored him enough, until they get there, that's all you can really do. The only time we can help our male friends is if they don't know what's happening. If they do, you're going to have to accept, oh, he's not ignorant, he's making a decision. Well, I don't think this turns out well, but you know what? He's got every right to pursue this.
Okay. Yeah, I've already been through this with one friend who later cut me off. And the reason why this one I felt like was different was because he never had sex before. And
that's a wrap
so
for
it
him.
Was pretty
that's a wrap for him. No,
that happened, but
First love, first
But,
everything. So this was his first chick he done laid up with. So he's going to be emotionally attached. He's not going to want anybody else grabbing them butt cheeks. And of course, he's the 20th guy that she been with. He's his first female, but he's her 20th dude. So yeah, this doesn't
get at me.
This doesn't go. Yeah, don't you hate it when that happens? Like, hey, you want to tell him that part, but like I say, you know what kind of dude he is. So you don't want a situation where he's like, you just hating and we in love, and you just mad she didn't want you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm only asking in this case because this is a friend who I feel like is a little more level-headed, but
Well, if he is, then what you really want to do is only discuss the things that you think he doesn't know. If you think he does, that's what I was going to say. The only thing you do is just say, well, what do you think about that? And then shut your mouth. Be quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And just listen to what he says next. Because understand, if you determine he sees what I see, but he is choosing to respond to it differently than I would, this is not a matter of ignorance. And you can't help him if this is not a matter of ignorance. If he's making a conscious decision that, yes, I see this, I'm walking into it. It just feels too good. Whatever the trade-off is, I'm willing to accept that. Then he's going to have to hit the wall before he lets that go. Because remember, it'll be far easier for him to get into it with you. Because he's demonstrated it's too hard for him to get females. So he's not going to want to start over from zero again. It's too hard for him. He doesn't have enough confidence in himself. It'll be easier for him to just get into it with you. And keep her.
That's what's crazy about him. That's what's crazy about it, because he was an athlete in high school, and he was, he didn't really have a problem with like chicks. So, I don't know.
There's a difference. No, there's a difference between not having a problem getting female attention versus a female that he's fallen for. Now, I don't know where on the scale he is, but you're calling me. So apparently you feel it's beyond just sexual attraction.
Oh, no, it's there. No, he's down there.
So once again, we've kind of gone beyond just female whatever. He's met a chick and she floats his boat. And you're like, there's a few issues with that damn anchor she got. The real thing is whether or not he sees these things. So what you're saying is he's not sexually naive. Well, that may make it worse. She might have that style that he likes. Okay, then it may have to bite him before he listens. It may have to just go bad. Y'all are young men, and this might have to be a learning experience before he lets it go.
Mm-hmm.
What I am telling you is don't push too hard on it. The only thing you want to do is make sure that the facts are clear. Did you see that? Yes, I did. Oh, how do you feel about that? And then he's going to tell you how he feels about it. And just understand, if it seems like you can't really move him off positions, that's the reason why. It don't really bother him like that.
He surprised me when he said the chick, like his parents are married. He got into a marriage, like he was born out of a marriage. She basically, got knocked up, and we were talking about a subject related to that, and he said, like, when I got her pregnant, I knew what I was doing, and I was just like, wow. And
so they're not married enough. So you're telling me that he got this chick pregnant,
right?
And that's a wrap.
So it ain't even worth saying nothing,
brother. That what are you going to say that he doesn't already know? What do you think? You just tell me, what is it that you're itching to tell him or itching to reveal to him that you think he doesn't already know?
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm calling.
Okay, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to get him to leave her? What are you trying to do?
No, just a concerned friend. Just like,
right, okay, but he's already gotten her pregnant. So you're concerned he's going to do what if he's already gotten her pregnant?
Get married, I guess. Because I mean,
I think you've already called me about him before, but That's a waste of time there. I'm afraid he's going to get married. Okay. And if he gets married to her, what are you afraid is going to happen then? Okay. So maybe you need to spend some time to get in touch with yourself to figure out exactly what it is you are against here. Because it seems like you're unsure. But what I will tell you is I have a feeling that anything that you're itching to reveal to him, these are things he already knows. So I'm not really sure what your investment is in it. If you figure like you hate it because he got the chick you was after pregnant or something. I mean, if you're upset about that, okay, fine.
Oh, no.
Well, you might want to find a hobby in this regard, but I really don't think there's anything that you're trying to, I don't think there's anything you want to tell him that he's not already aware of or pretty much aware of, and that you filling in details is going to be a deal breaker or a game changer. I don't think that's going to be the case. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if old boy here is hanging outside dude's window. Hey, Charlie, you don't play Xbox with us no more. You're hanging out with that girl all the damn time. You don't hang with us anymore. Might be that kind of situation. Hey, you used to come play Xbox 360 with us. Now he just hangs out with that girl all the time. Well, dude, she's more fun than the PlayStation is. Yeah, but she doesn't even like Zelda. All right. Dude, he can't stay a card-carrying member of the Woman Haters Club forever. The No Girls Allowed Club. All right, let me go ahead and get over here on Zoom. I got my man Don from the Bay calling in. What's on your mind, brother?
Jason, you remember the ye old Woman Haters Club?
Man, look here. Oh boy, he's acting like he wants to get over. Stop! He hasn't come read manga with us anymore. Leave him alone. Okay, so.
Yeah, no, I think the last point you made about that one, it was kind of interesting. But what I do want to say is this, in terms of the leave it there. Until my brother's dying day, I didn't live that down. I should have left it there. But, when you have a true and sincere friend, if you can see the signs, then act on it. I had a friend, give me a heads up, and it's just like, oh, okay, well, you know what? You off the team. Okay, we putting you on injured waivers. How about that? And then eventually it's like, you going on the DL, you out of here. But real man, you were hitting on so much stuff tonight. I just want to hit on a couple things. That red flag, when you see it, because I've seen some red flags in my life in relationships. When you see it, don't discount it. And there's a lot of different red flags, to tell you whether or not this woman, one, is down for you, or two, whether she got something else going on over there that you don't know about. And those are real. And it's just the trip, because it's the culture that we've been forced to acculturate into. And this whole thing with women and where we are now, this is not historically a part of our culture and a part of our DNA. Because, I was talking to my aunt the other day, who is just about to hit 90. She's 89 years old. And I know what my uncle was doing. That was all back channel conversation, but that was never in the forefront. But that's because we're not wired to do this Western Roman thing. We're not wired for that. And even when you look at our cultures on the continent, there's a reason why women outnumber men, and then to handle the imbalance. But see, these women here, and then they've weaponized the situation when you bind yourself into a legal contract. So I'm going to say this last thing real quick. It's the tale of three Negroes. The first one you got is the broke Negro. That's the dude that is just striking out everywhere. And he just got a woman. One might classify him as a Pookie and Ray Ray, who is still acting out his cultural DNA. He's doing exactly, but he's doing it in a way that, seems pejorative to these folks here. We would see it pejorative as, you in the village and you got all these women, you ain't taking care of them, we're going to deal with you. Now, the second one is the just over broke. Now, this is the cat. This is a common cat. The just over broke is he's got a job. And these are all real people that I know, by the way. He's got a job and it pays him, right? It just don't pay him enough to satisfy her tenacious desire for consumerism and the ability to show out. And so she might have an anchor in the situation. He may make just above 6 figures. And she decides, you know what? I'm finna cash out. And that's what 80% of them do. I'm gonna cash out. Now I'm about to tax you. How many kids we got together? Okay.
Well, certainly if you're carrying a bunch of weight, that can be a problem. Dudes got to be careful. You have to be very discerning. I'm a firm believer in that, especially in a place like California, but that's anywhere.
Absolutely.
If you are productive and resourceful, it is essential that you measure the female that you're with, because you're never going to make a permanent connection or commitment to another man like that. There isn't any connection or commitment you can make to another man that is going to be binding and enforced by the state, unless y'all have a business together. You ain't never going to do anything with another man that's going to bind you to him the way it will to her.
Right.
Now, I'll let you have the last word.
The last brother, that's the built brother. And it's funny because I have conversations with him every day. He got a problem with the woman, right? But he got the woman in check because he's so built. She can't do nothing. They got kids. Okay, do you really want to play that? Because I'll take custody of the kids. You have a job because you want to have a job, because you're trying to level up to me and you can never reach me. Do you understand that? And she has to humble back. It's like a civil war. She got to humble back because she realized where she's at. She's living a life that her mama didn't live, that his mama didn't live. And, he's one of those beat all odds, come from a single parent family. And I just told you about his mama didn't live. Yeah. So she knows what the other side looks like. And when you are in that position, you are in the driver's seat, and that makes you a real alpha male. And it's like, you know what? Realize where you are or you'll take the loss. And that's the tale of three Negroes. I appreciate you, Jason.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. I think Don has inspired me to get a new sound effect. Let me get caller from area code 646. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Onan from Queens.
Onan from Queens. What's on your mind, brother?
Yes, sir. So I noticed that in neighborhoods such as Flatbush or Williamsburg, or if you go to Jackson Heights out in Queens, you notice that they tend to be very heavily religious communities, right? And one of the things that I notice that is a commonality within these religious communities is that the women tend to be very moderately dressed, right? Like if you look at the Jewish community in Williamsburg or on Ocean Parkway in Brooklyn, or if you look at the Bangladeshi community in Jackson Heights, they tend to be modestly dressed. And I also noticed that they tend to be economically bounded together. And my question is, do you think it would benefit foundational Black Americans to enter a theocracy, such as the Jews or the Bangladeshis or the Muslims.
Okay, Onam, what in... I'm struggling to figure out what this has to do with tonight's program, or is this just random?
No. I'm saying as far as the modesty of women, right? Like you were discussing Jada Pinkett earlier today, and how these women tend to be she devils, and I'm wondering if foundational Black Americans followed the theocracy, would it cure some of the societal ills within our community?
The biggest hoes you ever met came from Catholic school. I can name a number of them from Catholic school from the New York area, as a matter of fact. So you live up there in New York. Are you going to tell me that the Catholic girls up there are any different from the ones around the rest of the country?
I don't think they're any different, but I do think in general there tends to be a through line within the Abrahamic religions like Judaism and Christianity and Islam.
Catholicism is one of the Abrahamic religions, sir.
Right. So I'm not saying that to a man that all of these
right, but I am making a point to you. Is the point I'm trying to make. So I am making a point to you in that regard. So first of all, that's not the panacea that you might think it is. Now, when we come to things like, let's just go ahead and say Islam or Judaism. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at Islam for a moment. I'm not talking about the Nation of Islam type of Islam. I'm talking about, the Arabs. Let's take a look at that. All right. First of all, I don't like it. Not to be offensive, I don't like it when people try to draw those kind of comparisons. Because here's the thing. You probably know a bunch of Arab men in the New York area. Even in the New York area, you don't know a bunch of Arab females. When you go to their stores, the men are there. They don't let you interact with their women. The women are at home. The daughters are at home. This is for all of y'all here listening right now. Have you all ever figured out that, by the way, when you go to these stores where the Arabs got their stores and stuff, you done met the men, you ain't never met the women? None of you. Not in Louisiana, not in Dallas, not in Houston, not in Atlanta, not in Texas, not in New York, not in Los Angeles, San Francisco. You ain't met none of them women. You meet their men. Michigan, Chicago. Have y'all thought about that for a few moments? You walk in their stores, you go to their schools, you meet the men. At the mosque, you see the men all damn day. You don't see the women. A lot of y'all never thought about that tonight. So you can't really give me a value judgment on a woman you never met. You can't really tell me what she's like or what she isn't. You've never met her. Now they've met your women, but you've never met theirs. So there's where I fall on that Islam thing about my value judgments about the women. I can't really make a value judgment about the women. We've only met the men. Now, the females listening to me, they might have come into a capacity where they bumped into the women. But as far as us as the men, we don't really meet a bunch of them. Mia Khalifa don't count. We don't meet a bunch of them. We don't. So those are if you have met any, they're secularized. But even then, at their jobs, they keep distance between you and them. So even if she is a chick who works, she keeps distance between you. Either that or she's married and she keeps distance between you and them. All right, let's flip over to Judaism. Basically the same dynamic. You haven't met a bunch of Hasidic females. Now, I've been all over New York, all over Queens, all over up Ocean, over there in Brooklyn, all over up Ocean on them letter streets. Now, I've been all over there, dude. You'll see the females walking down the street with their strollers, but that's all you see. She ain't walking down the street. She will not hold a conversation for you. If you try to say hello, she's gonna walk by you like you don't exist. So you have none of y'all can show me a fundamentalist or Hasidic Jewish female, show me a picture of her holding a random conversation with the Hebrew Israelites on 125th Street. You can't do it. You can't show me them holding a conversation with you anywhere. And I've been to Jewish delis. I've been to Jewish bakeries. I've been to Jewish pizza shops. That's kind of an interesting experience. I've been there. Dude, the women ain't hanging out like that. They might have one working the cash register, but that's going to be it. That's going to be it. So it's not like you sitting there really just kicking it with them. It's not like that's what's going on. So what I'm saying is, I suppose under those conditions or that dynamic, you could. I suppose it could happen. It certainly seems to work for them, at least to the extent that it does. I'm sorry. There is one little thing we did leave out. Were you all aware that Jewish women are most likely to date outside of their race? I know sometimes it seems to be a foot race between them and Asians, but by the way, were you aware of that?
No. I know that Asian women tend to date outside of their race. Like every time I go to the East Village or Chelsea, I always see these Asian female and white male couples.
Well, like I say, you all should go ahead and take a look at those numbers. Don't believe me? Go take a look at those. You all go and take a look at those numbers for yourselves as far as Jewish females are concerned. Go and take a look at those numbers for yourselves. So you see, it kind of just seems to go one way or the other. As far as Asian females are concerned, yes, Asian females will date outside of their race. Many of them will marry outside of their race. Although I would also ask you one question there. How's that working out for young Jeezy? Yikes.
Oh, not good at all. No.
How'd that work out? How'd that work out for Chris Brown and with Karuchi?
All right.
I can go down the list. So these are anecdotal things, and if people want to listen to anecdotes, now you can be led down the primrose path of misconceptions. But if you really take a look at the raw data and the raw numbers, Asian women will dabble with you and you might be able to get one to marry you, but the question isn't does she marry you? The question is, does she divorce her community? And I would challenge you to show me that that's actually what occurs. Same thing with Jewish females. I would challenge you to show me where she divorces the community. Now, they might have this thing here where they kind of want to strong-arm the men, stiff-arm the men to a certain degree, but this is like dudes who talk about those East Indian females. Yeah, they talk about how much they love black men and got swag and this, that, and the other, but when it's time for her to make a commitment, they do a J-Lo on you. Jennifer Lopez was running around with black dudes all her damn life till it was time to procreate and get married. Then she did exactly what I predicted she would do. Ava Longoria, same thing. Yeah, she had the black husband right up until she didn't. And I can go down the list. So this is really a bit of self-deception that we play on ourselves if we make that assumption. So could such a structure work? Well, I suppose it could. But even then, I would admonish you, look it up. Even then, I would caution you, go talk to females who are in the Nation of Islam. I can show you a Facebook post from them who are not happy with things the men do there. Such as commitment. I could actually show you those things. But then again, any of you who live in a city that has a mosque, you've seen that for yourself. So this idea that everything is peaches and roses, that's actually not true unless you just don't have any interaction with those people and you're just taking it anecdotally from a distance at face value.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not taking this anecdotally, right? I do have interactions with people from all over the globe. And through these interactions, I've been able to learn a lot. But I do wonder if there are parts of those cultures that we can implement as foundational Black Americans.
You're not having interactions with those females from all over the globe, because that ain't possible.
Right, not in an intimate sense, no. But
you're
I'm
not
saying
you're not having it. You're not having it in the
friendly
casual sense.
coworker.
You're not having it in the casual sense either.
I'm not having it in a casual sense. What do you mean?
No,
by that?
you don't have casual contact with Arab females. Islamic Arab females, you don't have casual contact with them. If you do, she is not a Islamic Arab female. By definition, you cannot have casual contact with an Islamic Arab female because Islamic Arab females do not have casual contact. So you're not having casual interactions with them. You're having casual interactions with the males. Now you're having it with them. You're not having it with the females. So by definition, you can't really tell us how well that situation is working out for them. You can't really tell us because you can't talk to them. They won't let you. Same thing with the Jewish females. You meet the Jewish men. You're not having casual. There's not a single black male listening to me right now who's got a Jewish female who's a friend of his. Not a single one. You guys know some Latinas. You might know a couple Asians. When we're getting this religious thing, you don't know those people. You don't know any of them. You never met one. And they won't let you. By definition, she's now going to be a pariah among the group. So she cannot be a good Jewish, and by Jewish, I mean from the ethnic religious sense. She can't be a good Jewish female if she's got casual contact with you. By definition, they're mutually exclusive. But the only way you can know that this works out for her is if you could ask her, which you can't do. So we know it works out among their group, or presumably it does, but we can't tell objectively because we can't have an objective conversation with them. Even if you could, it would be doubtful that they would be totally forthcoming with you. Since by definition, that runs counter to being a good Jewish or Arab female. So what I would tell you is it could, but then again, you'd have to show me one of these institutions where they're cranking out, quality females in that regard. Are these Islamic females quality females? Are they something that we would really want to replicate among our group in large numbers?
Okay, I'll say this. I believe that the way that African Muslim women, in particular, I believe that the way that they dress, it commands a certain level of respect. And I think you could say the same for women of the Nation of Islam or women of the Nation of Yahweh under the tutelage of Yahweh ben Yahweh. I think that it commands a certain level of respect where if they're walking the street, men don't catch themselves trying to holler at them, quote unquote. Like you won't catch them catcalling a woman of the Islamic faith or
okay. Well, first of all, they don't walk the streets like that, sir. I've been all over New York City. They don't just.
Besides, like going.
I've been
shopping.
all over New York City. They don't walk the streets like that. Jewish female, Hasidic females, they don't really leave out of their areas of town. So you don't just find them doing that. So your anecdote, the flaw in it is you walk all over New York. The people you're talking about don't. They stay in their neighborhoods. So no one would ever catcall them because they don't actually leave their neighborhoods.
90 seconds.
I see what you mean. Okay.
Maybe if they did,
so
they did, but the whole point of it is, why do you think they have to wear those outfits? Because Islam did not institute that because the men were being modest. Islam instituted that the women basically got to walk around covered up because the men don't mind their manners. That's the whole idea. Now they couldn't be talking about us. They couldn't be talking about us. They're talking about within their group. The women need to be covered up because the men don't mind their manners. That's a rule they instituted within their group, not because of us.
Okay. All right. I mean, I wanted to get your point of view on that. But I'll land my plane there. I don't want to take up too much time. So
thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Jada Pinkett's problem is not being dressed conservatively enough. Jada Pinkett's problem is narcissism. These other groups, maybe they got a handle on that, maybe they don't. They certainly, and it's very good about having strict roles and things, that's great. Although you're talking about an entire social construct.
10 seconds.
You're looking at a complete societal construct. And even then, you would have to convince me that I would want our women to turn out like theirs. So that's the part you'd have to get me over is, okay, do I want our women to turn out like these other people's women do? I don't think I can say yes to that because I don't have enough interaction with them to be able to tell. I don't know how, quote unquote, well it's turning out. I don't know if that's what I want. Do I want a bunch of women who are neither seen nor heard? I don't know if I want that. I don't know if that's really a great way of doing things. I don't know if I really want that kind of thing. Case in point, everybody loves our women when it comes to sports, when it comes to music, when it comes to art, when it comes to literature. There's a reason why our women are represented so well in those areas. Because we ain't got them hidden out in the back somewhere and we don't have a prohibition against them interacting. Our women have been required to compete against the rest of the world, and take a look at what they've done. I don't know if I want to give that up. I don't know if I want to trade that in for what these other folks got. I like having competitive women. I like women who are winners. I don't like a narcissist. I don't like some brain damaged, arrogant, egotistical egomaniac. Now, I don't like that, but I like a competitive female. I like knowing that the woman I'm sitting next to is out competing everybody else. I like that. Now, I don't know if I want to give that up. I don't know if I want to let that go. It doesn't matter whether or not you think the WNBA is the bee's knees. It's only one group of women in that one. If you gonna watch, some folks call it the women's NBA, other folks call it the whack NBA, but if you gonna watch the non-biological male basketball league, you gonna be watching our women. That's what it's going to be. That's what it's going to be. You talk about the music business. When you talk about the music, our women single-handedly created the music that all women and most people in the world use now. Our women run that. Don't know if I want to give that up. Don't know if I want to give that up. What am I going to trade that in for? Now, you might convince us to trade it in, but now you got to tell us what are we going to trade this in for? We going to trade it in for what the rest of them got? Or should I say what they don't have? We're going to trade it in for that? We're going to give it in. We're going to give it up for that. Okay. Call America 415. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, this is Denise in San Francisco.
All right, Denise in San Francisco, what's on your mind?
I am just flabbergasted with this woman here, if you want to call her that. I mean, she never ceases to amaze me. What kind of trash comes out of her mouth? In the first place, if I'm with a man, our stuff is private. I couldn't imagine getting out in public and saying the stuff she said about her man. Okay? And that woman don't know anything about being a team player. When you're in a relationship with somebody, he may be in charge, okay, but you both still have to function as a team. Look like she's trying to run as a one-dog show, whenever she wants to.
But then again, that's what she's always been. That's the problem. The problem is that Jada Pinkett never got married. Jada Pinkett just walked down the aisle with Will because this was her biggest moment yet to be important, to have attention. There's a saying that people say is that most women, they want the wedding, they want the ceremony, but they don't want the marriage. They want the wedding, but they don't want the marriage. Well, she wanted the wedding, but she didn't want to be a wife. That's not what she wanted. She wanted to be important. So there's a lot of women, they'll never be princesses in their lives, so their wedding day is the most important thing. That's why women go all out and break the damn bank. Because that's the most important day they're going to have. Is really going to be the only one of its kind, where this is a day about everybody's gathered together for you and it's all about you. You have to be careful when you're dealing with a female if that's the kind of mindset she has. Watch out for that damn princess thing. That's a very dangerous thing to have. A female who wants to hop from one moment of attention grabbing to another, because eventually the attention that she gets from being with you is going to fade. What are you going to do when she can no longer get any more mileage of attention out of being strapped and handcuffed to you? Now, what do you do?
Well, I want every black man to know that all black women don't think and function like her. She doesn't represent black women. I don't think she's doing a good job even representing herself.
Gotta disagree with that there. When you say not all black women, you're correct, but enough do. There are enough, Jada. There are enough, Jada. Ma'am, there are enough.
She never does see
No, Jada, let's be clear about Jada. Jada is an extreme case, but she is hardly an isolated one. Jada Pinkett might be an extreme example, but let's just keep it real. She's not an isolated one. She's just an extreme example. Most black females today are a microcosm. Look it up. Most black females today are a miniature version of that. They're doing their own impersonation. She's just one that could get international camera footage.
Wow. Let me say this. I have a girlfriend, she'll call me up on the phone and she'll go and complain about a black man for well over an hour and a half, just uninterrupted. She goes like a radio. And when she finally finishes, I say, wait a minute, honey, you don't understand men at all. Why don't you read books and go to seminars and learn about the male psychology? You won't have to sit on this phone with me and just go like a radio for an hour and a half. She gets mad at me, want to hang up.
Well, look, women love us as men as long as we give them what they want. As long as we give them what they want, everything's fine. Just as soon as we say, yeah, we're not going left, we're going right, that's where the problems tend to creep up at. But everybody loves us and everybody's agreeable with us so long as we're doing what they want us to do. It's only once that stops that now all of a sudden we see a new side of things. So it's easy to tell folks to get along with black men as long as we're not expecting anything. As long as we're delivering unending, unyielding, everlasting benefits and not expecting anything. As soon as we say, okay, and here's what we expect, and then we act on it and be like, no, I'm serious. We got to get that. Now there's a problem. So you're not going to have your argument would be fine with a woman as long as we don't actually expect anything. Why would you want to argue with them? You get about a black man. How can you have all these complaints? She's got complaints because we expected something. Why don't you just give it to me?
You know, I hear black women complain about they can't get good black men, and I tell them I don't have that problem at all. Okay, I have men I'm trying to avoid of all different races sitting out here in San Francisco. This same woman, if I make a mistake and say to her, well, why don't you invite the man in and cook him a good meal? That woman will get mad and start yelling at me.
Might be time for some new friends, but definitely, like I say, I mean, look, if she's set in her ways and she's been doing that her whole life and she's got a bunch of bad habits and that's what she's approaching people with, yeah, that'll occur. But let's be very, very clear. Everybody's known this about Jada now for a decade. But you will notice that black women as a group, they're not the ones condemning her. They're responding to what we say. But truth be told, Jada should have been shut down a decade ago by the women. She never should have made it this far.
With you, buddy.
She's got to be this outrageous And the only reason, remember, after her husband slapped Chris Rock, the women as a group didn't jump up and descend on Jada. They jumped on Chris first. It was only when the men said, oh, wait a minute, we out of line. And then the media turns that now the females as a group decided to stop defending Jada. Notice at no point did they start defending Chris or start supporting Will. It's, well, okay, we're just not going to defend Jada anymore because it's not fashionable to do so. But Jada's not right.
Well, I personally was flabbergasted with her behavior.
Well, Jada's,
I was so shocked at her behavior at the board.
Jada's not writing a book because she doesn't have female support. Lala Anthony's not sitting on Instagram because she doesn't have female support. That's the point I make.
Why would female want to support something like that? I'm lost.
Because most females today, unfortunately, have a exploitation fantasy. Whether it's because of the massive number of them growing up without their fathers, which is really their mother's fault, but they refuse because of narcissism to blame mom. So here we go. Shout out Oprah Winfrey. Whatever the case may be, most females today have an exploitation fantasy. They don't consider it to be a worthwhile relationship unless they can take advantage of the man. That I'm going to get much, much more out of him. Not more out of him. I get way more out of him than he gets out of me. And every year, what I get should become more and more.
Wait a minute. Now, this woman gets to the award show.
Auntie, chill!
She's up for the award.
Okay, let's be clear now.
And she gets mad what causes conflict.
Okay, well, slow down for a moment.
Supposed to get an award?
Well, let's slow down for a moment here because this is Jason's program. So let's not forget.
I'm sorry. I'm just flabbergasted in her behavior.
Let's not forget ourselves. Please keep in mind, according to her now, she ain't even really with him at the awards show. She was only there. Well, now what she didn't say was, I was only there because it was an opportunity for me to get attention, which is the only reason that she has been seen next to him by her own admission now for the past 7 years. Well, there's a function for Will to go to, because you see, if Will had told them, oh, she and I are separated, well, then she can't even get in the building. This was not her night. This was Will's night. So what it really shows you is that, yeah, she don't give a damn what happens to him. This isn't his night. This isn't her night. This is his. She literally is divorced from his accomplishments now. He's only bringing you there as a nostalgic relic, not because you have any right or reason to be there. So he's basically having to deceive people about the relevance of you being there. If he told people the truth that y'all two are separated, do you all realize how weird it's going to look now if Jada shows up with him anywhere else? That's why at this point right now, you just have to understand it. I said this last year, her doing that, she's ridden him until he's destroyed his career. Now that he's no longer viable, the only thing left to do is to go ahead and file the paperwork and divorce him. Because now if she goes anywhere with him now, it just looks weird. The only thing they could say is, well, we've reconciled, but then the question would be, does anybody really believe that? They would take an extended period of time before anybody would actually believe that. So if she shows up anywhere with him from this day forward, any award show, with the kids, anything else, all everybody is thinking is, oh, them two ain't really even together like that. So it's just, it would just be weird now. What can she do with him now?
I don't understand her. Why would she want to show up and help cause a scene like that? That didn't make any sense to me. I didn't like what Chris Rock said. I probably
because of the attention.
And I may have said something to him later on.
No, it's because of the attention. Because think about this, like everybody was there that night to see Will. Literally nobody cared about Jada except Chris Rock making zingers at her. Nobody was there for her. She literally had no reason or cause to be there. All eyes were on her husband. She wasn't even a footnote. This gave her the ability. All of a sudden, she's become the center of attention. And last year, she won't let it go. Yeah, this is the most relevant that she has been in 25 years. She isn't relevant. And you have a narcissistic, self-absorbed personality who is desperate to be relevant. And now she can't set herself on fire anymore. Now she's setting her husband on fire. Or should I say her
well, wait a minute.
separated husband.
Well, she could be relevant if she gets behind some human causes. But of course, she can't do that, I guess.
No. Nobody wants to see her doing that. She wants to be relevant on entertainment terms. And the truth of the matter is she just has to accept that her movie career never kicked off like his. She's never going to be Scarlett Johansson. She's never going to be Angela Bassett. Her movie career, television, show business, her show business career never kicked off the way his did. They will never be a power couple. Will Smith is the power. You are just his wife. And if you are not willing to accept that and be good with that, if you can't be Mrs. Will Smith and be good being Mrs. Will Smith, then it's only a matter of time before you go to war with him. Because you'll have to be. Because you're not okay being Mrs. Will Smith. You're like, but I'm Jada Pinkett. I was somebody before I met Will. Fellas need to recognize those signs of contempt. If your woman is constantly competing to say that she's as important as you, that she's as good as you, that you like her, but, he liked me, but I didn't really like him like that. When she's showing these obvious signs of contempt, when your woman is not okay elevating you above her, and she can be good with that, then just understand it's only a matter of time before she goes to war with you. Fellas need to recognize that sounds extreme. That sounds strange. If your woman cannot be with you and elevate you over her and be good with it, then recognize there's only one reason she can't be good with that. She's competing against you. She wants the world to love her more than they love you. She doesn't want to be Mrs. Whatever you are. She wants to be this icon in her own right, which means eventually she got to move you out the way. Because as far as she's concerned, you're blocking people's view of me. And if they could just see me clearly, that'd be great. I only married you because I'm doing you a favor. That's the narcissist mindset. I'm doing you a favor, marrying you. She thinks she's doing Will. She thinks she did Will a favor marrying him. But then again, it's kind of hard to argue with that because Will has been kissing her ass ever since. So how can you convince her that she's not more important than Will when Will has done everything in his power to show her that she is more valuable than him? Fellas, I've been called every damn name in the book you can be called by a female, but there's one thing, just understand they respect me. You know why? Because I'm not afraid to let them know, hey, here's what reality is. I didn't say you were going to love it, and I didn't say you were going to smile, and I didn't say it's going to be comfortable, but I'm not afraid to tell you, you've kind of overvalued yourself. It's not about me valuing myself over you. I'm just saying, by the way, can we just sit down and add up our invoices real quick? Yes, I know your narcissistic ego is about to take a kidney shot, a shot to the kidneys. I get it, but yeah, I'm just making sure that you don't walk out there and make a fool of yourself. Because you see, I'm not Will Smith. If you do that, I'm just going to pull back on you. And then you're going to walk out there and try to convince people of how valuable you are, and it ain't going to work. Now you just kind of look dumb. Jada looks crazy because she is.
Yeah.
But here's the problem. Jada Pinkett would rather get the spotlight for looking crazy than to be ignored looking sensible. That's a she-devil. Lala Anthony would rather get the spotlight looking crazy than get happiness and peace being ignored. Tia Mowry would rather get the spotlight looking back crap crazy than she would be ignored. And I can just keep going down the list. Megan Good, we can keep going. There's a reason why you see this over and over again. At the end of the day, if they're not okay with having a man who's leading, if she's really like, no, I need to be good. I need to be famous in my own right. I need to be known. I need to be appreciated in my own right. If she's not saying to herself, there's only one person who really needs to appreciate me, that man right there. As long as he's good with me, I'm the best chick in the world. It doesn't matter if the rest of the world loves me if that man doesn't. You see, that's a good woman. That is wife material. A woman who says it doesn't matter if the rest of the world loves me if that man isn't cool with me. That's the woman that a man marries. That's the woman that a man lays down his life for. Men don't go to war for unvirtuous women. We go to war for virtuous ones. And a female who puts you above herself, that's the one you fight and kill and sacrifice and die for. That's the one. Because she's demonstrated to you that she would do that for you. Problem is, niggas out here, they go for females who are worshipped by dudes who are not even on their level. This is the problem with fellas out here with the Instagram thought thing. You got fellas who can't pay your damn parking meter fare, gassing up your broad's head. Now you're competing with them. Fellas who are not on your level, who can't do a damn thing for your woman, but now you're competing with them because she's acting like their attention has value. It's like, ma'am, I'm 1,000 times more valuable than them. If you don't see me as more valuable than them, I need a chick with some sense, because you ain't got it. You got a body, you ain't got no sense. You got a face, you got no sense. Fellas, do the layup, don't get confused. Fellas, you can lay up with an unworthy female, no pun intended, Jada. But the problem I have is you fellas can't just lay up with one and go home. You fellas will lay up with an unworthy female and then you get confused. You lay up with an unworthy female and you tell yourself that the fact that other folk, a bunch of bummy dudes are in her DMs or in her likes, that means she's got value. As opposed to seeing her for what she is and leaving it where it is. And then saying you cool for a layup every once in a while, but that's it. And if she says she wants to go, then you show you got the ultimate manhood. Bye. You can leave. You're not going to grab another one like this over here, but certainly go ahead and do that. And she'll go off and get a bum. She'll get a beta. She'll downgrade. She'll be going out of her damn mind. Next thing you know, she hollering at niggas in her DMs, trying to get it started all over again. Shout out Jada. Because when she couldn't get another will, what the hell did she do? Here comes August Alsina. This is an embarrassment. But when you're dealing with a narcissistic, emotionally and mentally imbalanced female, she doesn't see that. So she's running around with August, setting herself on fire, making herself look like a damn lunatic. But,
she's a psychiatrist.
Okay, but here's the thing. Consider this one thing. The Today Show didn't come calling until she set herself on fire. She's going to have a Pavlovian response now. Hey, I wanted people to pay attention to me. All this mess with Will and all this garbage I caused, they're paying attention to me. Don't you see what she's doing? Everybody's talking about the Today Show. People, she gave the original interview, I think, to People Magazine. There's People Magazine, there's the Today Show. There's the other one I was showing up here before here, Entertainment Tonight. She's talked to them. She's talked to a bunch of outlets now. She didn't just talk to one. She's talked to a bunch of them now. She gets the point. Hey, setting myself on fire with this. Take a look at all the attention I'm getting. Everybody's calling me now. Hell, NBC is giving me a primetime special to talk about how freaking whacked off I am.
Yeah, she's a nut.
She's gotten the point. The more I burn myself, the more attention I can get. But we all understand you'll keep burning yourself until you've burned out. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I'm doing tonight's program because most of you fellas out there, you're dealing with a she-devil. No, and the lesson of Will Smith is that no amount of ass kissing, no amount of reasoning, no amount of changing yourself for her, no amount of acquiescing to her rules, no amount of belittling yourself, minimizing yourself, no amount of extending yourself. There is nothing you can do that is going to get her to change the way she sees you. And if you attach yourself to her in if you ignore all these warning signs and still proceed to shackle yourself to her, just understand the way this story ends is she takes herself down because ultimately she runs out of people to mess over. She becomes just this sad little old woman, a sad old woman. This is the way it always goes. There's nobody else around her except the idiot who married her. And now she burns you. I want to give you all a psychological concept I want you to think about here tonight. I want you to remember this bit of psychology. Other people won't tell you this, but it's a bit of psychology here. Folks will use this, and it's perfectly fine. I have no problem putting this out there into the world. I call it the red button in the white room. Imagine, if you will, that you were trapped, locked, if you will, in a room that is all white. It's so white that it looks like a cyclotron. Look it up. The room is so white that it looks like it's endless in all directions, even though it's very limited. Let's just say that you're in a 10-foot by 10-foot room, and there's nothing in the room but a pedestal in the middle of the room that has a red button on it. And you have been instructed by the people who put you in that room, do not press that red button. And you ask them why not, and they tell you if you do, something terrible will happen. And you say what will happen, and they say we can't tell you, but do not press the red button. And they just leave you in that room. You might make it a few hours, you might make it a few days, some of you might make it a few weeks. But understand something. The human psyche, the human spirit, it abhors an endless cycle. It abhors a hamster wheel. It abhors monotony. But if I trap you in a place where you're going in a vicious cycle, it's a never-ending cycle. And at that point, I've basically made it inevitable that you will eventually press the red button, because by definition, there's no way to break the monotony unless you press the button. You have to do it because that's the only thing you haven't done. So if you desire to break the monotony, you're going to have to. Shout out Marlon in the super chat and everybody else who's contributed to tonight's program. You're going to have to press that button at some point. There's no way to break the cycle without it. And a lot of you fellas don't understand that the women you've been with, as far as they're concerned, they're in a vicious cycle. The only way to break that cycle is to go in on you. Even if they have a good situation, well, they become bored with it because they're not getting what they actually want. The only way to break the cycle now, the only way to break the monotony now is to press the button to do something to you. And then after she's done that, maybe go looking for the next sucker because she refuses to heal herself. Oh, she'll talk about healing. She'll talk about healing ad nauseum. Yeah, but it'll never get better. It'll never get better because it cannot get better because the problem is her. But guess what? The problem is you too if you stay. Do what you're going to do, fellas. Sleep with whoever you want to. Don't get confused. Unfortunately, most of you get confused. You feed their egos. You feed their vanity. You tell yourself, if I diminish myself just a little bit, she'll feel better about herself. And once you start diminishing yourself, she keeps demanding that you do it more and more and more and more until finally there's nothing left of you. And it'd be different if you transferred what you had over to her, but that's not going to happen either. She just burns it and it goes into the ether. Now everything you had is gone and she was already nothing, so there's nothing over there. Now you're just like her. And guess what? Now she blames you for it. Oh, she's not going to point to herself and say that she screwed up a good thing and that she's the problem. She's going to say it's your damn fault. After she ruins you and wrecks you, she's going to tell you in reality this was your fault. You should have avoided this. Keep your eyes and your ears open, fellas. Recognize when you got the she-devil next to you. The only thing devils do is take you to hell. You don't have to send her there. She's already there. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. I want to thank all of you for tuning into tonight's program. And if you are new here to The Business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we're here. If you have not joined our Patreon, boy, I got a program for you all tomorrow. I've been gone for a minute. Got to get y'all up to speed for tomorrow's program. You have been warned. So tomorrow, 12 noon Central Time, be there or be nowhere. Got some things to go ahead and let you know about. The man's been busy. Well, we've done it again. All my long haul truckers, my night shift nurses, my warehouse workers, my stay-at-home parents, my self-employed people. We've gotten you through another shift at least halfway through it. It's been my pleasure to do so. I want to thank all of you for watching tonight's program. Thank you for tuning in live or recorded. Thank you to everyone who has contributed by PayPal, CashApp, Super Chat, Venmo. Thank you very much for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes this broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, all of my brothers and all of my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business, or your business will handle you.